Let's get that out of the frame. What's up, YouTube? It's me, the Artisan MC. It's Sunday, it's 11 o'clock, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through. I went ahead and started early because YouTube is acting up with my music, and I already know Edward is live right now at the same time, so some of y'all would be too interested in that shit than geek shit. So it is what it is. So like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm not tired today. I'm just not really feeling people bullshit today. So you'll bear with me. This might turn into a rant. Shout out to Malika for supporting the stream. He said geekelite symbol. Thank you very much, Malika. As always, I am looking for 15 contributors, 10 cash apps, 5 super chats. Malika starting off right with the super chat. Super chat is for the algorithm. Cash apps is for the content creator. So support the things that you deem of your interest. I do. Malika game at the office. Appreciate you, Malika. And also, I thought I just saw this one come in. Aquatechy on the Cash App side. Appreciate you, Aquatechy. So we got 1 and 1. We're having some fun in the geek room today and all of the night. All right, let me give you guys your salutes. Appreciate you, Malika, for, I think you got in, tied, because Cash App came through before I saw that one, so I don't know which is which. So I just do Malika first, and then Aquatech. Appreciate you both for supporting the stream. Those two who are always faithful, I will give you Malika, me bang, your Monica, the 3B salute. Appreciate And the next one will go out to Aquatechy, the #1 wrench in the building. I got to turn this light down. I'm not going to look at that for an hour. Appreciate you, Aquatechy. I will give you the 3B salute as well. Thank you. Please forgive me if you see me squinting. Old age is trying to catch up to me fast, like it missed a day or some shit like that. So I was working on videos and stuff and cleaning out my phone so I can actually finish videos last night. And I was trying to get this Blue Beetle video done right before the stream. So my eyes are still adjusting back and forth to that. So appreciate you, Joe Herb. I see Joe Herb in the building. Appreciate you. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, Joe Herb. Double that.
Money for the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Appreciate you, Joe Herb. And shout out to Swift. Appreciate you, Swift, for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. All right. I don't know what the heck has been going on with YouTube lately, but the numbers have been terrible. Terrible. And I ain't involved in no drama. Imagine that. What up, Princessa? Princessa the Powerful. Was good. Maybe I'll feel all affectionate and stuff today. Maybe. Let's see. What's up, Princessa? Hi, Princessa. See, it's a bad idea to do that over YouTube because you don't know who the hell you're talking to necessarily. It could be a dude. It could be an ugly chick. You never know. So it's not good to flirt with an avatar or just a name. But it is what it is. Call it a Sunday. It's a family Sunday. So I'm helping everybody out. Yep. And here we go. You goddamn right, Aqua Techie. So here we go. What do you think this stream is going to be about, y'all? Oh, before I do that, please remember right now, take the time, look up Geek Elite Assembled, okay, and subscribe to that channel. That is the backup channel for this one, okay? You like Geek Speaks, you like that stuff will go over onto the Geek Elite Assembled channel. Now, I am trying to build that channel up as well, but as you guys have probably heard in the space, Angry Man has tapped me to be on the Toxic Avengers to try to do a Saturday show over there. We still need to work out some of the actual details of what that show would entail. I have some ideas. I have a couple of ideas for how that show could run because I don't want to do the exact same show that I do here. But it's going to have to be on target and on point and focused on whatever is brought up there. So as soon as I can actually free that up, that'll probably be what will happen. And those streams will probably go onto the Geek Elite Assemble channel. But the Geek Speaks are going to have to be on the Geek Elite Assemble channel because I want there to be a difference between one channel and the other one. It's all my content. But if I'm expressing ideas just for me, which is the PMDMs, it needs to be on the artisanmc channel. But if it's just a Geek Speak, it needs to be on the Geek Speak channel. And that's just to put some content over there so I can live stream on either channel. Right now, I'm live streaming on both channels at the same time. So if you're on the Geek Elite Assembled channel, you can see this live stream. And if you're over here on the artisanmc channel, you can see this live stream as well. It's just me, I don't know, stretching myself thin or trying to do a lot. I don't know. It gives me room to do some other things. Maybe, I don't fucking know. Somebody else want to do a stream over there. It'd be fun. I post an alternate channel link if it weren't on my phone. Yeah, Aqua Techie, I don't stream through YouTube. I stream through StreamYards. So it's a little bit of a headache to go through there and drop it in the chat. But I'll do it right now just because it is what the hell it is. There we go. Hopefully that's the right link. All right, let's see if that gets it. All right, y'all. Let's see if that works for you guys. What up, BMT? Trigger Man is in the house. He said, I come here just to be a geek. I don't care about all the relationship ish. Everything is relationships. Geekdom is a relationship too. And some people have a loose or a tight, or some people have an open relationship with geekdom. It's just the way it is. I don't want to spend every day of my waking life worried about relationships and what other motherfuckers is doing. I really don't. And about now, I got 3 more things on the hopper for the kid. And if those 3 things do not pan out to something positive for me, it's going to be hanging over my shoulders, and it's going to be monk mode for sure. Why am I putting these on? I'm not about to do this right now. I just don't want to put my elbow down on them. But BMT, we going to have to hook up, dude, because I was watching the alert from the Division 2 team about the new stuff that's coming up for this season, starting, June? The Heartland stuff. That look fun. It looks fun. And I'm going to have to get into doing some Dark Zone shit. I am. I'm going to have to. So I need a squad. I'm too much of a solo guy to always have a squad, so I gotta keep picking up randos. But if I can get one or two regular, gunners, I would be happy. I'd be a happy camper because I don't need a lot. I don't need a whole crew. I just need two or few, ones or twos. So, like I said before, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. So make the Cash App or the Super Chat ring. Yeah. Ready, Scorpius? Okay. I got my stinger on lock. I had to not start it up today or I wouldn't have did the stream at all because I would have been on that shit hard. I've been doing some cleaning. I've been doing some cleaning of some other things, and I was in the mood to just start sniping shit. So here's a rant for today. Oh shit. Damn, girl. Do I know you personally? Did you mean that? Appreciate you, Princessa. Goddamn, I don't think I got one for that. You're gonna have to get a couple for that. Princessa coming through, dropping the ovaries in this bitch. Shout out to Princessa. You must be part of the Beano Nation. Shit, not even YouTube can take all of that. So appreciate you, Princessa. I will give you. Holy shit! What can I give you? The double that and the guts and butts. Appreciate you, Princess.
Money for the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Double up. 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, run it up. Never let a hard time on the rush.
She said, no clips needed, just keep rocking. That's what I do. That's what I do. Appreciate you, Princess. I really do. All right, so there's 2 things that keep circling around geekdom right now that are of big interest to everybody. A lot of people making a lot of videos talking about this shit and just filling the air with a lot of noise. The one thing is Jonathan Majors. The other thing is this Mandalorian finale. Now, what I wanted to go off on was the Mandalorian finale because the more stuff that keeps coming out, I still keep saying AWR, which is Artisan was right. Told y'all motherfuckers. I fucking told you. And because I'm a father, I understand that you can tell people only so much. They don't have to fucking listen. They can choose not to listen. So I don't take it, personal. I understand people need to come to things on their own, in their own time, and engage their own brain to figure it out. What I might have seen very quickly, they may need, 3 or 4 confirmations before they say, yeah, that nigga was right. It's okay. It's cool. Second guy in always gets the message through. I'm usually the first guy. So, with that and between what's going on with Star Wars and what's going on with Jonathan Majors, both of these things are really irritating the hell out of me. For the most part, it's really irritating the hell out of me. Now, there doesn't really seem to be any connective tissue between the 2 of these things, but in a way it is. And the way that it is connected to me is destroying a man's legacy. In the case of Star Wars and Jon Favreau, their stuff is being destroyed as they are building it or trying to save it, right? In the case of Jonathan Majors, his legacy is being destroyed before it even gets off the ground. It is. Now, both of these things are hampered by a lack of thinking, to me, and a lack of understanding of the situation. Everybody is trying to rush to an endpoint, and they don't know what the beginning point was. Okay? With the Jonathan Majors thing, shout out to Layman's Journal because he has been doing actual decent work on reporting this Jonathan Majors story over and over again, right? Not really trying to lead the conversation, not really trying to push the fan base in any kind of direction, just saying what the facts are on the ground from the news reports that he has read, which I can appreciate. A lot of the other people that I see covering this shit are all throwing seeds out there for the lynch mob, trying to find what they can chum the waters with to actually go after this man, to really try to hang this man in the court of public opinion when there is no opinion other than, it shouldn't really be, that this woman made a false claim. She recanted her statement, and now they have whole pictures of her ass out right after the event, turning up with other dudes and everything. How, look, how much do you need? And maybe right now I'm being a bit sensitive to this shit because I'm dealing with some similar type of bullshit going on around me. But how much is enough? How many times do you, as the viewing public, have to be dangled, have a carrot dangled in front of you for who you're supposed to be mad at and who you're supposed to hate? And how many goddamn times does that face have to be a black man for doing nothing but living his damn life and doing his job? How many times? How many times does somebody have to play a psychological game on your inherent fucking bias to believe the absolute worst of a person, even when there's no evidence to that point? How often? I mean, really, think about that shit. How hard was it for anybody to try to make believe that because Jonathan Majors, there was an accusation and he just played Kang, he just played Dame. Yeah, he probably beat up this woman. Why? Because he big and black? I thought it was funny, and Angry Man pointed this shit out too. Up until this point, y'all was trying to hang him being gay on him. Oh, he gay. Oh, look how he hugged up with Michael B. Jordan. I don't know. You seen that Ebony cover? I don't know. This motherfucker, in the span of, I don't even think it was a month, he went from being the new fruitcake on the block to the new O.J. Simpson in less than a month. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This is what bothers me about society at large. Individually, people can be very smart. That's why I like individuals. That's why I like having one-on-ones with individuals, because individually you can get to some understanding with people. You can understand them a bit, right? When they get to a group, 3 of them, 4 of them, whatever, they some of the dumbest motherfuckers you would ever want to talk to. Some of the dumbest. Because what happens is the diffusion of responsibility that happens when people get in groups. Nobody wants to engage their brain, and they listen to what the strongest voice in the group says, and they just follow that. Because at base, people are fucking lemmings, waiting to be led by the nose somewhere, telling them what they should think, what they should believe, and what questions they should or should not ask. That shit is irritating to me. It is what makes me not want to talk to people, not want to deal with groups of people. I don't. I am an introvert with extroverted tendencies. You know what that means? That means for the most part, I can sit back and watch. But when I fucking feel like it, I will get out there and be in the middle of the crowd, having a good time. But primarily, I sit back and watch. I observe. I report. I take notes. I make ideas. I theorize. I philosophize. I do all that shit that thinking black men actually do. And then I act on that shit. When this situation with Jonathan Majors came out, as soon as it came out, I told you, I think this is some bullshit. Just from what was so told in the article. I brought it up. I read the article right with y'all. So you can see what I was looking at. What, 3 separate articles, 2 of them copying each other, and another one actually with some information. And just from what was read in the story of those 3 articles, I was like, this is some bullshit. This seems like some bullshit. No, I can see what happened with this. Oh, she went somewhere because she had some minor injuries. Oh, well, that's what happens when you grab somebody's phone. They have to grab you by the back of the neck to pull you off of them. What happened 24 hours later? He was released. They didn't hold him. They released him. And she, the woman whose identity they have to protect all of a sudden, but they don't have to protect the accusers. I mean, the alleged perpetrator. They don't have to respect his identity. They don't have to hide his identity at all. Oh, hell no. Got to get that one out there first because there ain't no story if we don't know who he is. She recants her testimony. It hasn't changed it in all these weeks afterwards. You have heard more from her saying the police was the ones who made her say that shit. I've had to listen to people talk about this shit. Talk about this shit. People unmelanated talk about this shit and try to hang this motherfucker out to dry. And I've been telling you this since the first fucking day. Reading the article, seeing where the editorial for this shit was going. They're coming after this motherfucking money. Because he's standing to make a shitload of money in Hollywood over the next 10 years. His star is just rocketed. And they ain't got no dirt on him. That's the funny part. They have no dirt on him. That's why they're so latched on to this shit right now. They're trying to make it something. It has to be something. No, it don't have to be shit. All it has to be is a factual account of what happened. And all it has to be is truthful. That's it. You couldn't wait. You couldn't find out until a day or so later that it was his girlfriend. And I'm like, well, how is that not even a given? 2 o'clock in the morning in a cab coming from a club, trying to grab his phone. I don't think that was some rando he picked up at the club. Who have you seen showing her face other than me showing a picture of the 2 of them fucking together? Because there ain't a bunch of them out there. Who? And because she Nordic white, everybody want to rush to protect her ass. She was out of line. So sue me for saying it, but why the fuck do I care if she got smacked in the face? I mean, why? Can I not ask the question nowadays? Or am I supposed to be so reactionary at saying somebody did something to a woman? I'm supposed to, oh, dun, dun, dun. I'm supposed to jump out the window like fucking Mighty Mouse to the rescue. No. Nigga, what happened? What's the situation? What? What happened? I told y'all, if he did some extra shit, he gonna get hammered for that. He is gonna get hammered for that shit. But here's the thing they don't tell you about Jonathan Majors. You know he a military brat, right? Father was in the military. As far as I know, born on a military base. You think a military brat, if your automatic assumption is somebody who's a military brat can be a total fuck up and violent, if that's your automatic assumption because that's your bias against military, which seems fucking stupid to me, but you do what you want to. Do you not think that a child raised in a military family does not understand rules? You don't think they understand that? How to move, how to operate, how to keep some composure and some respect about themselves and manage their fucking emotions? No, you just think he's some regular hood nigga, right? Because he looked like he could smack a bitch up. I'll tell you this about dating Caucasian women. I'll tell you this about dating Caucasian women. If they're fucking with you, they probably think you safe. That you're not going to be the one to smack them the fuck up. Because that's what white boys do with them. They already know they're holding all the cards in that situation. Because if you ever do, unless you down in the hood and she's some scumble bum ass bitch from the hood too, they know they can wrap your ass up at any time, saying anything. So do you think this European ass chick decided to get with his big black ass because she was afraid of him? Hell no. I say she got with him because she felt safe around him. Secure. That he wouldn't do anything to hit her, given his mannerisms. You know how you know that shit? Because she was the one attacking him in the car. Dudes, I will say this, just for me personally. Dudes only get attacked by women when women know that the dude would never hit them back. That's the only time. Other than that, they keep real chill. Because if they with a dude that'll go and punch them like he punching a fucking clock, they get real calm and real sedate. They don't try to upset that motherfucker at all. It don't matter what the hell he doing. Forget the bullshit that you heard about, nah, this bitch will still be loudmouth and all. No, nigga, no, they do not. No, they do not. Pick a fucking struggle, as said by Charles Faulkner Jr. How can you have gorilla pimps out there and they bottom bitch be down for whatever and could tell you stories about being beat up, broke jaw, all the rest of this shit, and they stay with that motherfucker for 20 years and never raise a hand and never even try to pierce his chest with a knife? But here is, you got some loudmouth, wilding out ass bitch attacking a dude, and now you have to believe she might have been a victim. He might have been abusing her. No, that's not how the abuse shit goes. That's not how it goes. The person throwing hands first is the one who feels the safest. That's how it goes. You just had the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. Who was hitting on who? Who cut whose finger off? By throwing shit. Glass. Who did it? Who? Answer the fucking questions. It's fucking YouTube, right? You can see me respond in the goddamn chat. Who? Was her hair mussed up? No. And the bullshit she went to the police for, them little bullshit ass bruises, was some fake shit. Look, I am not on condemning any man, black, white, Latino, green, yellow, whatever, without no proof that they did shit. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I need the facts. I want the facts of the situation, straight up. Don't worry about coddling no feelings. Don't worry about nobody's goddamn identities, because one identity is getting ruined right off the accusation. Your ass should be in the same boat if you turn out to be a fucking liar, which predominantly, I would say, is the case. Don't you understand it's a control mechanism? The ability of some chick to say something negative about you without any proof, without any evidence, just an accusation. Oh, you made her cry. So fucking what? Is a control mechanism for men. You understand that, right? We live in this society, right? You have an adult thinking brain and eyes to see the rest of the world, right? Now, if he's been the biggest asshole in Hollywood for the fucking 10 minutes he been there, and not really nice to people and all the rest of that, who gives a fuck? Who said you had to be nice to everybody? Who said everybody had to fucking like you? Look, I watched a video on Instagram today. Kim Kardashian showing up to her daughter's game wearing some regular ass clothes and some Yeezy slides on. I don't fucking like Kim Kardashian. But you know what? Me not liking her ass ain't doing shit about her pocket. It ain't stopping her from living her life. She didn't pause when the paparazzi was taking pictures and say, Artisan don't like me. Don't matter. Don't matter in the least bit. She living a whole fucking life, not even concerned about that shit. And that's how most people are. What you like, who likes you, doesn't matter to anybody else. So if Jonathan Majors, an actor, going after these roles and being really good at his craft, has actually ran across anybody that doesn't like his ass, is not surprising. It's also not surprising when you see the people who come out the woodwork to say something. Like, oh, look at this motherfucker. A legit fruitcake. A legit one. You're trying to hang that on Jonathan Majors, it ain't working. But the person who comes out, yes, he is just awful to women. Some person you can't even tell who the fuck they is anyway. Like, what were you? You mad that he didn't want you because you was a woman, or you mad that he didn't want you because he was a man? Pick a struggle. What are you upset about? You either not his type or he ain't your type, but you upset. Go somewhere and write a fucking script, okay? If that's what your job is. Go write something and shut up. I don't give a fuck. Not a single solitary favorite curse word fuck about who don't like who in Hollywood. I don't. What you think you got, what inside information you think you got. Look, man, I can tell you right now, as being somebody who has to delve into this shit often and been watching it forever, your personal biases and insider information is fucking up the whole thing. I'm sick of hearing so much about what other people think in the industry. Well, he's not really like, it's not really this. And all you sensitive, butt hurt, tight wad, couldn't get a grease BB up your cooch fucking people who chose to work in Hollywood and think everybody's supposed to be nice to your ass. Get another job. Go raise puppies. Open a petting zoo. Make a bubble wrap pavilion, and let all you sensitive ass motherfuckers go bounce around on the walls in there for fun. You can bring some of the kids on the spectrum there. It'll be like camp. But all this butt-hurtedness I'm fucking through with this shit. I am really through with this shit. Because all you miserable motherfuckers sit around and do is find things to bitch about other people who are actually working and producing. That's it. I'm sick of having so many people around who just want to shit on something for it being something, but are producing nothing. Nothing at all. Sick of that shit. It is like the death knell of this culture and the death knell of fucking freedom. That you can't say what's on your mind, and you always supposed to be running to the aid of somebody because everybody's a goddamn victim. If everybody's a victim, who are the perpetrators? And if everybody's a perpetrator, why the fuck are you here? Can't be the case. Can't be the case. Now, you read a little bit more in on this story. What do you find out about the Jonathan Major shit? Taxi cab driver took her to another club. She went back out after this alleged event. Jonathan Majors was the fuck out. Because remember, he got picked up by the police. Because they had to take somebody, dumb motherfucker who don't know the law, sitting there bitching at 1,000 people or more about that's not really a thing. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It is a thing. They proved it in this article. Did you not read the shit? Or don't fit with your fucking narrative? I've had to see thumbnail after thumbnail about Jonathan Majors fired, with Kevin Feige on it and all other kind of shit. And I'm like, Marvel ain't said he been fired from shit. So what are you talking about? Oh, it's clickbait to get people to watch your video. But then in the video, you talk about, oh, well, it's his management company and it's these other people. But where there's smoke, there's got to be fire. Nigga, this is not even smoke. At best, it's a queef. At best, it's a queef. But your bitch ass is trying to fan it to make it into something is where all the smoke coming from. Smoke and mirrors. The article I read today was about, oh, the fan base is really getting, on edge that Marvel should be thinking about replacing Jonathan Majors as Kang, which is the only issue that they've had from the jump. From Jump Street. You cannot tell me, you cannot look back through the news and tell me that as soon as this motherfucker was announced as being Kang in Quantumania 2 years ago, nobody gave a fuck. Until they saw Loki. And until Quantumania came close to coming out. And then Creed was set to come out too. Close together. And then people started looking and calculating, like, wait a goddamn minute. This MCU, Michael B. Jordan, Creed franchise. Oh shit, this nigga about to make a lot of money. And then they saw his performance. Getting rave reviews. The best thing about the fucking movie. Oh, shit. And then Creed came out. Damn. He might make some money. Fuck him. You can't tell me that. Because I've been watching this news. I've been watching it. They didn't even know who the fuck he was when he was first announced. If you wasn't watching Lovecraft Country, that was legit some fruity patootie, let's wave the flag and get everybody here show. I didn't know the fuck he was. He like the dark horse and just came out of fucking nowhere on people. And now everybody, who the hell is he? And why is he able to make so much money? You know he's an asshole, right? Yeah, my friend dated him. She didn't like him. What do any ex-bitch say? Any. You already know this as a dude. My cousin told me this shit years ago, fucking decades ago at this point. When you break up with a chick, it don't matter what you did in a relationship. It's always your fault. Always. You might as well just get that set in your head that it was going to be your fault anyway. Because it don't matter. Because as long as she the one telling the goddamn story, it's always going to be your fault. Because what's the number one thing that women will never take? And it ain't even anal. Accountability. It's the number one thing. They'll never take that. They want all the accolades if something succeeds and they didn't help you do it. But if it fails, they don't want none of the accountability for it going wrong. Absolutely no. Can't do that. Don't make their heart feel good. It's not part of their spiritual journey. So get the fuck out of here. Aquateki, no. I'll get to y'all comments in a minute, but I'm cooking right now. Now, the recent article about Jonathan Majors says that this girl, his girlfriend, since they still won't actually report that part. Most people don't. Some people actually throw it in there, his girlfriend. Because who else gives a fuck about what's on your phone? His girlfriend that night, when they split up, went back out. And they have fucking video of this bitch out at the club. Drinking with dudes and everything else. And as the account goes, woke up in Jonathan Majors' apartment. Drunk, not knowing what the fuck is going on. Half naked. I'm like, nigga, are you fucking shitting me? Are you shitting me? Now, I've seen the pictures. This is this bitch out. Not when she was with Jonathan Majors. This is after he and got hooked and booked. Took off to jail. Her ass out at the club. Turning up. Getting drunk. Nigga, you mean to tell me this bitch came back to, I guess, their apartment or his apartment that she got a key to? Probably got whole face fucked. And then walking into the police station talking about, he didn't do anything. Really? Why is this even being a case that's going to trial? Oh, I forget. The New York City DA wants to keep it just to see if anything can happen with it. Oh, political moves, right? Got you. Political moves. You just gonna sit on this, even though the person don't want to press no charges. You just gonna sit on it till you feel like, it might be something. Just to sit there and beat the world drums, right? Make sure the lynch mob find a good tree or something, huh? Oh, there's other women who came out and too. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. What, you pulling that same Bill Cosby shit? Where you say he's an abuser and chum the waters in the media and wait for the opportunistic fucking sharks to come out the woodwork and say, yes, he did something to me too. Bitches he ain't never seen and don't have to prove a fucking thing. Just jump up on camera and say, yes, it was. And you can find me on my Instagram and TikTok. Shut the fuck up. I say this, and I don't mean y'all, because y'all standing here in the room with me, right? But a lot of you motherfuckers is dumb as shit. Dumb as fucking shit. Like dumb as cat shit donuts. What? How can you not see this? How could you just not? If they looking for victims in the media, it is a fishing expedition. Because human beings now, and especially women, are so enamored by being on fucking camera and getting some Instagram or subscribers or what the fuck ever. Why do you not think that any random ass bitch, whoever breathes past this dude, would show up if you put an open call out over the media saying we're looking for other victims? Get the fuck out of here. Half of the motherfuckers, I'd say probably none of them have ever seen his fucking dick or been close enough to him to actually feel it. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This is fucking kangaroo court shit. Kangaroo court shit. That should be a mistrial right there. To me, because it's wasting my fucking time. You can't trust any of these people that's showing up there. How? Look, RIP to Kevin Samuels when I say this. Because Kevin was right. Me and Kevin in the same age group, so he's right on this. Whenever you hear a bitch telling you about, oh, her ex was abusive or something like that, the first fucking question, the very first question you should ask her on the validity of any of that shit, did you go to the police? Did you file a report? If the answer is no, she fucking lying. Now, I said it. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And I don't want to hear none of these bullshit as, well, maybe she was afraid, and maybe she was this, and maybe if a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump his ass when he hopped. Fuck you. These are serious accusations. You needed to have taken them as seriously. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. If you felt that strongly about it, you would have had your ass in the police station. Don't give me that, oh, it's victim shaming. No, it ain't victim shaming, nothing. It's victim validity checks is what it is. Because nowadays, everybody a goddamn victim except the actual victims. Jonathan Majors is a victim of character assassination right now. Right now. Defamation, slander, all the rest of this shit. People trying to make sure he don't make no money the rest of this year. Probably the rest of his fucking life. And he ain't been proved to doing nothing. Except being in the car with a bitch. His girlfriend. And getting a goddamn text message. No. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. This is the kind of shit when I hear modern westernized women talking about they looking for a good man or some shit. No, you ain't. You ain't looking for good shit. You looking for good drama. That's what the fuck you looking for. And this is exactly why men of the younger ages don't want to fuck with y'all. Scared off from fucking with you. They ain't really got no experience with women. They only know girls. And the girls that they fuck with do this kind of dumb shit. They'll never get to fucking with women. Hell no. No, man. I just go to work, I come home, play my game, and stay the fuck away from them bitches because they crazy. Congratulations. You're going to kill off the human race. Congratulations. Hope you're proud of yourself. It's an achievement worthy of a slow clap. Fucking idiots. My philosophy is if you didn't tell somebody who could do something about it, you shouldn't be telling me. Exactly, Toya. Look, I've been big brother to some chicks before. Okay? I ain't always been a super stud player. I ain't even that now. But I know how to get on the level with chicks. I told you, this is the benefit, one of the ancillary benefits of being the oldest son of a single mother. I don't have a problem getting on the level with chicks. Don't have a problem doing that shit. Because I don't come off with the predatory energy. I'm just as much a predator as everybody else. I do like my vagina. I am a proud lesbian. But, you know, it'll be there. We can actually have a conversation. We can have a conversation. And see what's what with you. And how many times do you think, as being that friend, I've heard stories about these guys smacking chicks up and shit? And how many times do you think I've asked these women, did you go to the police? Why didn't you? Oh, he basically raped me. He grapes you? Did you go to the police? No. Why not? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Because if I raped you, you'd be going to the police. So what's the issue? Well, it was just this and bullshit. What the fuck are you telling me for? You need to be talking to a cop. You want me to call one over here for you? So you can give them your story? No, don't do that. Then you lying. Then you are fucking capping like a baseball game. I don't have no time for that shit. Stop slandering men's fucking reputation with other people just because you mad. The shit didn't work out. Fuck him. I don't want him to get another person ever. What kind of hateful bitch are you? If you don't want him, why the fuck do you care if somebody else get him? Oh, because he actually is a decent dude. Because that's the only people this kind of shit happen to. You know, niggas in the hood that actually beat bitches' asses. I don't think they ever get no charges called on them. Ever. And them bitches never want to do it. And they still with that nigga. Today. Black, white, Latino, whatever. Motherfuckers be there. Be there. And I can't tell you how many exes I have who told me that same goddamn story about how they last man was kicking their ass. Really? And how'd you escape? Did you call the police? No. Oh, how'd that work? And he didn't come after you? But you hear dating new dick with him knowing. It don't sound like he's an abuser then. Because an actual abuser would have took your ass to the end of the road on some shit like that. That's just how that abuse thing works. They don't let you go free and know you fucking somebody else. That's not gonna how that shit's gonna happen. In his face. No, nigga. He ain't did shit to you. But you are really mouthy. Really disrespectfully mouthy. And I can see why somebody would want to hit you in the mouth with that shit. What up, King? It ain't all of them, but in the words of Charles Faulkner, I'll throw it out there again. Congrats on him getting his new status. Too goddamn many. These chicks are crazy. My ex used to try to make me break into her back patio and take it. I ain't gonna lie, I did it once. It didn't feel right. Dude, I told you, Parrish, I stopped fucking with a whole chick because she wanted me to choke her during sex. Did the shit, she started crying. I'm like, nope. You got a psychological trauma, and I'm not putting my face with that shit. No fucking way, buddy. No, I can't do this no more. Nope. Immediately, Vienna sausage time. No, nigga, no. This ain't even sexy. No. You trying to get your trauma out with me. And I don't need my face associated with your goddamn trauma. Because that's all I need for you to be on one bad one day and talk about, no, 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 no. No. I'm a Gen X. We are the cautious era. We had to watch out for everything. Date grape, AIDS, paternity. It was a minefield to get a piece at the peak of your wanting to get a piece times. No, it wasn't shit free about our love. All of our love cost. And it was a risk, nigga. You had to be very, very careful. Putting your dick into a bear trap. It's not even young and dumb. I'm like, look, Parrish, here's the thing. This is why this young and dumb thing over a certain age doesn't even work. It's not that you're necessarily dumb. You just don't know. And why would you? Your mama ain't going to teach you that shit. Most of you was raised by your mama, who would probably pull off some shit like this. Why would she tell you her tricks? Why would she tell you why your daddy ain't there? And stop fucking with her. Because you learn shit like that from experience, from talking to men. Women ain't the ones going to tell you shit like that. Not a lot of them. Very few. You're going to have to find one that's out of the dating pool to be able to tell you some shit like that. Oh, your mama was about shit. She was trying to trap that, your daddy. Your daddy had a whole family. And your mama just wanted him. What? Yeah, no, he didn't hit her one day and that was it. No, your dad had a whole family. I know, I was there. I told her she should have hung on to him. She said she knew what she was doing because she wanted to be down there chasing Raul and them. The fuck? Shout out to Eddie Griffin. Mama, use a hoe. And pull it out to keep a nigga baby. That's Generation X stock and trade. That's why so many of you are motherfuckers around here that don't know shit and can't be raised for shit. Because you was the keep a nigga baby that didn't work. That's why they don't give a fuck about you. You were the failed plan. And it didn't work. Fast and young. So I don't count it as being young and dumb. You just were uninitiated. Nobody taught you, which technically makes you dumb. But look, it's not like you willfully ignorant. You just didn't know. Nobody was bothering to teach you that shit. Nobody was. This is why, as a Gen Xer, when I had children, I told my kids everything I fucking knew. Everything I learned to that point, anything I learned after it, I told them. And the only people who had a problem with it was their fucking mama. That was the only person that had a problem with it. Everybody else said, yeah, you should tell them that. I know, nigga, because I don't want them falling into the same traps I did. My son and my daughter. Told them both. Like I said, my children only suffer from me telling them too much. Talking and telling me, I ain't want to listen to some of this shit. That's okay. It's still in your fucking head. When you get older and you hit that stage of development, it'll kick in and you'll be, oh shit, this is what he was talking about. Exactly, motherfucker, because I'm looking down the road. I ain't worried about your feelings right now. I'm worried about your feelings when you end up in a fucked up situation to try to keep you from getting in one. That's what I'm concerned about. You making it through this maze and minefield and not just running into every pitfall, bloody in your head on every wall that I already had to because nobody told me shit. Just left me out there to the wilderness like, fuck it, do whatever, man. Just get off my tab. Gucci. The risk assessment was very, very high. It had to be, Malika. Look, you could have made it through. Malika is old enough to be in here. Malika is old enough to understand this. Malika, in the 90s, say 95, 96, if you met a 20-something-year-old chick and she was in school, didn't have a baby, what do you know she was on? Why would she be desirable? Why would she be desirable? And I could tell you just, to speed the part up, because Malika could probably echo it, is because she had a goal in mind. And her goal wasn't getting pregnant. That's why after high school, she made it through high school without getting pregnant, and she had her ass in college getting an education and still not trying to be pregnant. She had a fucking goal in mind in her life, not just to get babies and try to get a bag. Yeah, she's not tainted. No, she got some fucking home training. And it was usually the girls who had daddies at home. Because ones who didn't have fathers at home, their mother had them out there hoeing it up, waiting to get pregnant. That was the broke bitch come up. What? Come on, man. I've lived too long, I've seen too much to act dumb, to be treated like I'm dumb. Get the fuck out of here, all the fuck out of here with that dumb shit. So, to round it up, bitches lying ain't new. It is stock in trade. It is a standard on that model. That's it. Y'all can name it in here in three single words. Name 3 things you know 100% a woman will lie about. Go. Shout out to Edward for that. Go. 3 things you know off the top a woman will lie about. This is the crowd participation part. And here we go. Aquatechie number 1, body count. You goddamn right. 2, age. Thank you, Toya. They learned that shit way early. And what's number 3? Her weight. Always lie about. Right off the bat. And those are the 3 lies they tell you, nigga. Those are the 3 they tell everybody else. What's the number 1 lie she tells to herself? What's the number 1 lie she tells to herself? That's a good one too. Lying past relationships. Yeah, that goes into body count. If you go through the past relationships, you'll get to the body count. If you go through the body count, you'll get to the past relationships. Even that one guy that was in that one band that took you around for the summer and y'all was just fucking here, there, everywhere, him and the crew. Yeah. Yeah. Lion and Toya, y'all both about right. I'm perfect and I'm different. The main one is say, it's not my fault. I'm a good person is the one I was thinking of. I'm a good person. No, you're not. Every human being on this fucking planet is flawed. Every one. Now, I don't see that as being a necessarily an issue since every person is flawed. Fine. Every person is flawed. The difference comes in is, do you acknowledge your flaw and do you try to work on your flaw? That's the difference. And the caveat to the second one on working on your flaw is, do you work on your flaw without blaming it on somebody else? I like yours too. If you say, I'm the prize. I'll be the prize. No, you're not. You're not. You know, Lizzo thinks she's the prize. I ain't never wanted a 400-pound trophy. Never. A prize for who? An Ethiopian? Get the fuck out of here. No. No. That's the prize. No. No. As a man, we already know, we say it in here all the time. We already know we ain't shit. We already know we ain't shit. And it's said as kind of a euphemism, right? We're saying we're not shit because we know that's what the world kind of wants us to believe and thinks of us. Don't matter what we do. For as much as Jeff Bezos has given to the world, it's still some people who will say he ain't shit. For as much as Elon Musk has done in the world, there are still people who will say he ain't shit. For as much as people want to believe in it, if he was real or not, for as much as Jesus Christ did in the world, there was a whole group of people that crucified his ass telling him he ain't shit. That is something that men know off the top. It don't matter what the fuck you do. There's going to be somebody there telling you you ain't shit for doing it. So as men, we take that as an understanding and as fuel that if they tell me I ain't shit, I must be going the right direction. Because if you weren't making any gains, you weren't progressing anywhere, nobody would even give a fuck about you. They'd be ignoring your ass. Like an ugly bitch. Who was that? Why are you even speaking to me? Who are you? Do you work here? Are you the maid? Holy shit. Fuck away from me. Nigga thought he could talk to me. Does that I'm thick count? No. Bitch ain't thick. Sorry, I got a different idea of what thick is. Thick is a slice of brioche bread. Not a 300-pound chick. That is not thick. That is obese by any rule, metric, or scale. And that is something that needs to be managed. Not paraded around and twerk. Like, look at my ass. Like, I can't help but see it. What the fuck are you talking about? You're right, Toya. We all have a shadow side. We do. That's why I treat people with a lot of grace. This is why I treat people with a lot of grace. And your man to tell you, I'm pretty fair with folks, right? About things just in general. That's just the way I am. I look for the balance. I can look to see flaws. Yes, I can see flaws. Like Karnak, I can see the flaw in all things. But for me, I'm not focused on the flaws as a reason not to do things. I focus on the flaws so I know what it is. I'm a carpenter. You got to know where the weak points are so you know what to shore up and fix. If you don't know where the fucking weak points are, you're going to get killed. That's how you figure out what you need to stabilize. If you had a table and one of the legs was shorter than the other one, not by a lot. I'm not talking a foot. I'm just talking maybe 3/4 of an inch. That's still a lot. Let's say 1/2 inch, 1/4 of an inch. For y'all who don't know what the fuck that looks like, because I'm a carpenter, nigga. Let's see. See that little line right there? That's 1/4 of an inch. Now, it doesn't look like a lot, But if you put 4 legs of a table down on a flat surface, you'd feel that shit because the table would rock. Now, I'm the type of motherfucker to see that table and say, hey, it's a nice looking table. Looking at the size, looking at the finish and the color and everything, and shaking, like, oh, it wobbles a little bit here, though. Now, somebody trying to sell me that table will be, oh, we'll get you another one. This one's messed up. I was like, no, that's good. But I like this table. Yeah, it has that one, it's that one leg is a little bit short, but that's okay. I can fix that. How much for the? That's how I operate. Yes, I saw a flaw. Yes, I saw what the flaw was. And I saw how it moved with the flaw. That's cool. Now I know where it is. I can fix that, so I'm good. Give me the goddamn table. Oh, we'll reduce the price for you because it's a little bit less. Because it's a little different. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Sure. Not a problem. I'll still buy the table. You know why? Because I understand that nothing in this goddamn world is perfect. Nothing made by men or women, and nothing that involves more than one person. Nothing. Because people are not perfect. That's why I don't worry about that shit. It would be a waste of time to worry about something that is inevitable. It'd be a waste. I spend a lot of my time stressing over shit I don't need to stress over. Instead of realizing if I ended up in some parallel reality dating a chick like fucking Lizzo, look, you can't order. What you mean I can't order? You can't fucking order. You eat too much. Look how big you are. You don't have to get you to slim down a little bit. I know it, your fan base is going to hate me for that shit, but look, man, you want to be jumping in and out of these limos, right? Okay, let's make it a limo and not a fucking Hummer. How about that? You just not accepting me as I am. I am accepting you like you are. But I also understand there's some shit you need to do too. Because if I'm going to be taking my ass to the gym every day, maybe you need to be coming with me. Instead of sitting back here eating fucking pizzas and drinking buckets of ranch dressing. Fucking hell. Make it work. You can't order for me. We ain't going to eat together. Shit. But that's common sense. That's working shit out. That is the dance. Shout out to Prince on this 7-year anniversary of his passing. Good song. You should listen to it. Prince, The Dance. Look it up on YouTube. Not right now. Write it down. Do that shit later when you ain't got nothing else to do. And say, Artisan dedicated this to me. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. And yes, Lion, we could have it. We could share a salad, bitch. But we ain't getting all the rest. You ain't getting the buffalo wings. You got enough buffaloes and wings. Okay? No, bitch. God sent me to make sure you was all right. I said that to a woman before. She said she told me she had a couple of failed relationships, and she told me that she was waiting for God to send her a good man. And I told her, how do you know God didn't send you the last 3 dudes? How do you know? Well, I would know it. No, you wouldn't. Because 1, it depends on the God you believe in. And 2, that would assume that you knew what God was fucking thinking when you don't. So how do you know he didn't send you the last person? Seems like he's a decent enough dude because he's with another woman and they seem to be happy. And the other dude is married to the chick he got with after you. Do we need to go to number 3? Maybe it's you. Most often it is, because the emotional side of that spectrum is not on the guy. His job is very simple from an observer. It's not actually simple. And I think about this shit this week. Like the shit I'm dealing with at work right now would be extra stressful if I had a family dependent on this shit. If I had a family dependent on this, if I was dependent, I had a woman that, stayed at home or something like that, and I was the breadwinner for the family, with this shit that was going on with me at work, it would be extra fucking stressful because everybody is dependent on me to perform. Not at the lowest, at the highest. No disappointment, no lapses, no, oh, I didn't feel like it today. None of that shit. It got to be consistent and it has to be on point. The shit I'm dealing with right now, that would be fucking stressful because it would throw the whole family dynamic out of whack. Everybody would be fucked up behind it. On two goofy motherfuckers lying. But men make it look easy. It ain't fucking easy. I talked to my coworker. She was talking about being stressed. And I asked her why she was stressed. I already knew why, but I asked her. She was just like work stuff and life stuff, right? Okay, well, she got 2 kids. Young kids. No, ma'am. Why do you think she's stressed? Because she's trying to figure this shit out, being young and raising 2 children and working and all the rest of this shit. And I told her the adage that we've said in this space a number of times. And I asked her if she knew this one. It's like, do you know why men's shoulders are broad and women's hips are wide? Because heavy loads are meant for shoulders, not hips. Now, she kind of fucked me up. She said, well, I got broad shoulders too. I was like, get the fuck out of here, man. I can't talk to you motherfuckers. I can't talk to you motherfuckers. Always got to be right, huh? Always got to be right. But that's why. This is why these motherfuckers fornicate as much as they do. And I will call it fornicate, not because I'm a religious zealot or anything like that, because that's basically what it is, unless you like the term fucking hoeing around. Take your pick. But that's why they fornicate as much as they do. That's why they drink as much as they do. Because Toya know I'm on Instagram. I'll check my Instagram every day just to see what's what on there. I get tired of seeing pictures of single chicks always at a bar drinking. Tired of seeing that shit. You know why? Because if in 5 days I see you drink in 3 of those days, and none of those 5 days is a picture of your ass at the fucking gym, this is why you overweight. This is why you're overweight, because you're drinking too goddamn much. This is why you can't have a normal disposition with any of these motherfuckers nowadays, because they always on some kind of illicit substance or alcohol. They're never in their right fucking mind. Never. Xanax, marijuana, alcohol, fucking whatever little other mood altering shit they take, they're never in their right fucking mind. Caffeine. So who the fuck are you dealing with? It's not a wonder as a dude you can't deal with them. They can't deal with themselves. Fucking hell. Yeah, lying and by themselves. This friend of mine, this chick I tried to talk to before, and I pissed her off on purpose when I met her just to see what was going to happen with her. But she still followed me on Instagram. So I fuck with her because I don't have a problem. Look, if you ain't buying what I'm selling, You just say, buy what the fuck I'm selling, nigga. You can keep looking at the store. You ain't got a problem. Whatever. But she put this fucking picture up the other day. On a Friday night, it looked, or excuse me, a Saturday night, the shit looked horrible. Looks absolutely fucking horrible. Like, ew. Why'd you do that? God damn. But what I'm looking at was not just the makeup job, not just the cake up and makeup that was on there, and how sad and sunken her face looked. It's the look in her eyes. She is fucking sad and miserable. But she about to go out and drink it up again tonight to try to allay the pain. Shout out to Witch Hunter Robber, another good ass song from anime. She looks sad as shit. This is how I look at people. I look in their eyes. And I look into their fucking soul. She looks miserable as fuck. With all the bluster and the ego of a delusional fucking guy about, no, I live my best life. Oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. You know, me living my best life is not me drinking all the time. It's not. That's never been in my idea of a best life of me drinking all the time. Because like I told y'all on the Geek Speak, if I ain't on vacation, I'm not drinking that often. Don't. I don't do no drugs. I don't smoke no cigarettes. I don't smoke no weed. Nothing. Only thing I do on a semi-consistent basis is have 1 cup of coffee a day. And that's just because I'm not a goddamn morning person. I am a night creature. Coffee helps me function with you motherfuckers in the morning. Otherwise, I'd be a whole asshole. I mean, I'd be in full bloom, nigga. You would see my plumage in the car. with them frilled lizards or some shit like that with my mane out. Coffee gets me calm. It's like, okay, I can deal with y'all. Oh, that bullshit again? All right. That's what that can do. If you're just coming in, like, share, subscribe, click the bell so you get the alerts. Support the stream if you feel so inclined. 15 contributors. Cash App is for the content creator. Super Chat is for the algorithm. Help the channel grow either way. Please. I'm being nice. Coffee is a gateway drug. It is a gateway drug. That's why you have to moderate it, just like everything else. Everything has a balance. Why do I know I have 1 cup of coffee a day? Certain times of the year. Like it's coming to the summertime, I'll not have coffee for the rest of the year until fucking November or sometime. And it won't make a difference to me. Because caffeine can be a drug. It can. And if you take it too much, you build up a tolerance to it. Just like alcohol. And it keeps taking more and more to get the same effect that you would get from just drinking one. How many of y'all know people who go and get they Starbucks coffee for the day and they need 5 to 15 shots of espresso and all the rest of that shit just to function? That's an addict to caffeine. That's a caffeine addict. That's what that means. And what you'll usually see, even though coffee is a diuretic, you'll see that these motherfuckers are still big, fat and shit. How? Because they just getting caffeine and cream and the sugar and all the rest of that shit. They're not getting any actual benefit from the caffeine except that need to want to have it again. There's a reason they start putting all the calorie counts on shit, just in case you was trying to be on a diet. Yeah, just to function. That means, look, I'm telling you guys, I know a lot, right? And it's not my fault that I know a lot. But just to function is What was it? It wasn't mental psychology. It was biopsych. Biopsychology. We went through this whole thing in your brain about how your brain functions, how your serotonin, your endorphins, all that shit functions in your brain. You know, the whole what is it, nodes and buttons or whatever, how it functions. And one of the things I held on to the most from that class was how you can flood your system with something, drugs, caffeine, sugars, whatever it is. You can flood your system so much that your body stops producing it naturally. It will not produce it naturally because it senses that, oh, we got a huge influx of this coming pretty regular. We don't need to produce this anymore. Hey, y'all, stop that. Turn that down. Yeah. Take it from 5, take it down to 2. Yeah, thank you. Because your body is dealing with you overly installing that in your body. It'll stop producing the shit altogether. So at any point, namely using caffeine, if you stop drinking them coffee with the 3 shots of espresso and shit, you will get headaches and your attitude will be fucked up because your body doesn't know how to regulate that shit anymore. It stopped. You need to be at a 5. They turned you down to a 2 because you was providing the other 3. You stop providing that 3, your body has to catch up. Like, oh shit, we're not doing this no more. Oh, hey, yo, turn that back up. Turn that back up. That's why they be on a mad one. That's why they be in there grumpy, talking about they having headaches and shit. That's called withdrawal, you dumb motherfuckers. That's what it is. It's withdrawal. Your body craving what you are not giving it anymore because it's been dependent on it. It has become dependent on it. I don't like any inanimate object having that kind of control over me at all. That's why I never got into drugs. That's why I never got that far into doing anything. Because I don't want anything outside of me, inanimate, having that much goddamn control over me. That's not how I function. By keeping my tolerance to that shit low, I can have a cup of coffee and be good. And never fuck up the way my body fluctuates and none of that shit. It's just a boost and then it's over. Or it's just a settling period and then I'm good. That's it. And it's mostly because the shit is hot. I can get the same effect from drinking tea. Just the chicory just wants some love. Yeah, that's usually what it is, man. That's usually what it is. I was working with people that said, don't talk to me because I haven't had my coffee yet. Said, my goodness. Charles, I say that shit every day. I do say that shit. Don't talk. I haven't had my coffee yet. Reason being is coffee for me is not the same thing that it is for everybody else. Okay. I was born in the 70s. And in the 70s, one of the medically prescribed things to give what they consider hyperactive children, this kid right here, was coffee. It was coffee. That's what they told my mother to give me to calm me down. So coffee does not put me through the roof, amping me up. It has the opposite effect. It brings me down. So it's like a sedative. Now, for me, I say it increases my patience because I'm a Scorpio. I have very short patience with stupidity. Y'all can't see me having a rant and not know that. I have a very low tolerance for stupidity. I do not like it. It does not belong in this world. Damn sure don't belong around me. So I drink coffee to deal with other people and their stupidity. It's a sedative. It makes everything cool. So like somebody else would say they drink alcohol to relax. Coffee relaxes me. That's what it does. I'm drinking coffee right now, my nigga. Do I seem amped up, sweating, a lot of energy? No. I'm just chill. I'm Gucci, baby. That's what it does for me. The only reason I want it in the morning is because it's warm. And I want to warm up my inside like warming up the engine. That's it. So that's why I tell people don't talk to me. I haven't had my coffee yet. Because if I haven't had my coffee yet, my brain has not picked up to tolerating your dumb shit. It has not picked up yet. I'm going to say some shit to really hurt your feelings. You better make sure this motor running completely. Because it'll run real rough. I don't have my shields up yet. Hold on. Let me get the shields up. Let me drink this bitch and make sure y'all safe. I have a cup that says that. I drink coffee for your protection. I do. I drink it so I have to say something to you really fucked up. And me being nice always sounds like the most fucked up thing I could ever say to people. I'm like, no, it's not actually. I know a lot of words. I have a very big lexicon. What language you want me to tell it to you in? Because, I got insults for days. I sit around and think of them motherfuckers for fun. For fun. You know the fuck you messing with. Giving a hyper person caffeine sounds counterintuitive. It does sound counterintuitive, but here's how it works, Aquatechie. You can only go so high, right? Giving you the caffeine puts you on the opposite side. It takes you over the hump and brings you back down. It's like a sedative, right? So I can drink coffee middle of the fucking night and I won't stay awake. I'll go to sleep. 12 o'clock at night, sitting here working, I'll drink some coffee like, oh yeah, it's time for bed. And be out. It's not keeping me awake. I'm going to bed. I'm getting relaxed. I'm chilling. It's helping my mind work. And then I'm laying it down. Don't stop me from doing shit. Nothing. Y'all gonna make me hit Starbucks. I don't know why you saying that made me think of your lips. Smacking around in couples. I ain't messing with Toya today. That's my messing with Toya. I think that's my father was a big coffee drinker. My father would talk. I say, Father, it's hot out here. You drinking this coffee? You drinking this hot coffee? Look, man, little place I get my coffee at, little gas station spot at my job, they start doing this. It's not even an iced coffee. Think of it like an icy machine, but it's the coffee stuff from like a iced coffee machine, and make that shit into a fucking icy. Nigga, they making me increase my coffee dosage. That shit tastes too good. It tastes too good. Like, yeah, I want that mocha coffee. Fuck yeah, like that. It's cold. Got a little ice granules in. Yeah. I'm gonna fuck up. I keep buying a large. I'm gonna stop that shit. I'm trying to lose some weight. I'm trying to make me fucking fat. Oh, good shit. Nah. Yeah, basically, Aquatechie, that's basically what it is. It's in the same damn machine. It's in the same machine. It's basically a coffee flavored Slurpee. That shit is delicious, dude. I gotta stay away from those because impulse control sometimes on things I like is not my strong suit. It gotta be gone for me to not have it anymore. It gotta be gone. It gotta get the fuck out of here, dude. We gotta kill it. We gotta kill it. It can't sit around otherwise. That I end up in a hospital. Anyway, but to get back to the main point, the bullshit with Jonathan Majors and stuff, chicks lie. Okay, we understand that chicks lie. This particular chick has already recanted her testimony. Her text messages, even though some dumbass psychologists out there, because you can find one of those for anything. The whole fucking profession had a bad name with that dumb shit. Some dumbass psychologists out there pointing out that the text messages that Jonathan Major's legal team released, well, it could sound like she was abused and that she's just trying to protect him. No. Her own text messages say she's sorry. She didn't mean to do that. The police made her put that shit out there. That is not, she hopes it didn't cause him any trouble. None of that shit. She's apologizing to him. I love you, still want to be with you, all that shit on his fucking phone. His messages. This is afterwards. So you really actually think dude just got arrested, taken down to the hole. You and went out clubbing after he supposedly smacked you the fuck up. But you back out at the club drinking and having a good goddamn time. But then you texted him to apologize and telling him you love him and all the rest of this shit. And then you go down to the police station the next morning to recant your testimony. And everybody thinking of every reason, well, he could have paid her to go down there to do that. Shut the fuck up. You just want a motherfucker to be guilty. You just dying for this dude to be guilty of some shit. And that's why I went in with explaining to folks that do not compare this case to Ezra Miller. Do not compare that shit to Ezra Miller. If you black and you comparing this shit to Ezra Miller, you need to stop that shit right now. This is not the Ezra Miller case. It is not. Ezra Miller has done the things he was doing. It's all on video, and the FBI was involved in his ass for child endangerment, kidnapping, and some other shit. This is not the Jonathan Majors case. Stop comparing those two. Stop it. That's trying to hang Jonathan Majors out to dry. Because Ezra Miller ain't serving no time right now for any of the shit he's alleged of. And some of it is on video. No. This is a Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. That's what this compares to. A false allegation by a female saying that this guy did this thing. In the media jumping on that shit whole hog and ruining his whole goddamn career with no proof, no evidence of shit. Just her saying, well, he did it. Even with the bitch on tape saying, this is what I'll do to you. Still needed 2 trials to try to get some vindication on this shit. 2 trials on 2 different continents to try to get some vindication on this shit. To finally have his day in court and the media to eat off of that shit for like a month and a half and find out all the goofy shit she was actually doing. Abusive, beating on him, shitting in his bed, lying on him, possibly messing around with some other dude. Like, nigga, this is not unheard of. Not unheard of. So I implore y'all, do not compare this Jonathan Majors case to Ezra Miller anymore. Leave that to the melanated people, or as Torian Rain would say, them palm-colored folks. Leave it to them, because that's what they want to do. Because what they want to do is compare it to Ezra Miller. So if Jonathan Majors gets off, they think Ezra Miller should get off. Because Ezra Miller out there still living his best life. You know, waiting for his movie to come out. But Jonathan Majors, they trying to make sure he ain't doing another movie. That means any ones that was in the hopper, he got to get pulled off of. Because, you know, the fan base feels some kind of way about it. Who? No, they don't. No, they don't. Fan base sitting back like, I don't know. And all these talking foreheads is sitting up there saying, no, this is happening. This is what he could have did. And this is how he could have did it. Just say you don't like the motherfucker. And you want to see him go down because it'll be good content for you. And it'll save you some time with all the making up content you're doing right now. Now, that's me getting off of Jonathan Majors and getting to the other thing of made up content. Now, I'll get to your guys' cash apps. If you've donated cents, I will get to those in a minute. Just hold tight. Yeah, talking foreheads. And you got to get it right, Aquatech. I said faux heads. F-O, heads. Might as well be talking fucking foreheads. Like talking foreskins. Now, in the next vein of made-up content, and after this, I will open up the chat for you guys because I'm only doing a short stream today. Let's see what irritation this is. Be like my message. Next one goes into the assault and the false allegations and lynching of what was The Mandalorian Season 3. Now, I told you that I did not think, it's that Lizzo show, that these were any decisions that were ran through by John and Dave. I did not think that. Could not have it said that they did this and thought it was a good idea. Didn't make sense at all. And one of the main things I told you guys to look at is that wait till it's all over and you'll see who jumps out the woodwork saying I didn't do it. And look at their past track records. Look at their past track records. Because their past performances does not show that this is what was going on in this season. It is not. I can see bookends. I can see bullet points. I cannot say that they signed off on all of this shit. I can't. I refuse to believe they did. Refuse. And now, in the days since the finale has come out, Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, even KK herself, Sidious's daughter herself, has come out and said, what the fuck is what? Fucking even Bob Iger's came out and said something about this shit. Because the fan base don't like it. And what are they all saying? What is the tune that keeps being heard? It wasn't John and Dave's decision. They had other shit planned. But somebody overruled them in what they wanted to happen with season 3. And that somebody being KK, the commander in Queef of Lucasfilms. That's who did it. That's the one. If you want to wonder why this season is sucking so bad, so fucking bad, why Bo-Katan was pushed so fucking hard you felt like you were a male getting a suppository, now you know why. It was her. The commander in Queef. It was her. She admitted it. She admitted it herself. Even John and Dave had to come back and say something. Even Bob Iger had to say something. Y'all need to do some research. This motherfucker, like I've told you guys before this season, this motherfucker in Lucasfilm is a scuttlebutt, boy. She trying to sink this shit. It don't matter what you patched up on the outside of the ship to keep it from hitting the iceberg so it don't sink. This motherfucker is down in the bowels of the ship with a bazooka blowing holes in the shit. She's trying to kill this franchise. I don't know how Disney don't understand that shit. She has nothing good for this fucking franchise. Nothing. She wants this shit dead. And just to piss off George, I guess. Like, you spend a lot of time. George can't get a good night's sleep because he must be awake in her mind at night. He must be. This bitch is going way too hard. And this season, it was not just going hard at George Lucas. It's going hard at Jon Favreau. That's what it was about. Everything that you see happening in this season of The Mandalorian. Remember what I've told you about KK. She is not original because she's not a creator. She's a producer. And the only thing she knows how to produce is shit that other people have already done. She doesn't create shit. She steals and copies. That's it. Watch this season and ask yourself, does this shit just seem like The Last Jedi all over again? Just ask yourself. Because when you hear these reports about what John and Dave wanted to happen in this shit, you also find out who came in and overrode them in the writing process. Not filming, not in the writing. What up, Noostal? Our beats. Sure you want to hang with old Eddie Kang? Eddie Kang of this shit. What up, Noostal? Good to see you, man. She was the one kicking out all of the shit that would have actually been good for the show. You want to know where all your celebrity cameos were? Not celebrity, but your Star Wars cameos were? She was the one who X'd them out. John and Dave wanted them. She told them go fuck themselves and get them out of there. She didn't think it needed to be in there. You want to know why the Darksaber got crushed and destroyed? She is the one who said, yeah, we don't need that anymore. It's just a toy. You want to know why Grogu came back to the show? She's the one needed Grogu back in the show. You want to know why on all the promotional footage after a point, or the advertisement after a point, Din Djarin, the Mandalorian, is at the back and Bo-Katan is in the front with the saber and the baby? She's the one decided on that shit too. Every problem that you have with this season comes back out of her own fucking mouth, in the mouth of the people who were supposed to be doing the show, on who said no and changed it to be the things that you don't like. It's her. Every one of them. Every fucking one of them. It's her. This is the shit I was telling you about, where it was about John was going to leave Star Wars. He was going to quit this shit about a year ago. He was going to quit. And actually had to go in with Chapek and have a meeting with him, like, fuck the board. Look, man, this is what the hell is going on. Y'all need to fix this shit or I'm out of here. This is what was going on. This is what was making him want to quit. That's why he fired that story group and got new people. This is the shit that she was doing. This bitch was so butthurt over them pulling Luke Skywalker out they ass in season 2 and dropping that into the finale for season 2, which made season 2 blow up. She was so mad over that shit. She went after John in his show to kill his show. That's why Paz Vizsla died. She wanted that shit because that's John's character. Fuck you. You don't follow all of this shit all the time. You guys don't. Most of the time, you don't. You don't understand how much John and Dave are trying to rewrite or X out that whole sequel era shit that she did. You don't understand how pissed off she is about that and keeps trying to reintroduce it into the franchise. How does she do it this time? With them goddamn Praetorian Guards showing up in season 3 like they had some place there. Fuck are y'all here for? Ain't nothing John and Dave doing leading towards Snoke. Everything that they're doing is leading towards Thrawn. But she didn't want Thrawn in there either. That's why you didn't fucking see him. That's why you didn't see him. She didn't want it. Oh no, let's not do those cameos. No, the show would be better if it just focused this way. Why are we listening to this motherfucker that produced 3 loser-ass movies? I'll give you 2.5 because The Force Awakens is a good jump-off point for a new story. But Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker, those are shit. You can just forget those. You can just wipe them off the map and we wouldn't give a fuck. And the 5 people that did care was the ones who worked on the shit. So, ask the actors. They'd rather them see them gone. I'm sure Oscar Isaac and John Boyega wouldn't have a problem with you wiping them 2 movies away. I'm sure they wouldn't care. Don't think Daisy Ridley would give a fuck either. Dude, she is worse than stage 4. She is an opportunistic infection, and she is aggressively killing the host. Aggressively killing the host. There is no remission. There is no, let's do some chemo. No, nigga, she is taking you down. Yeah, when Paz died, yeah, that shit was afoot. Everything in this season that sucked ass, she's responsible for. She's the one behind the scenes, in the writing rooms, overriding those creators because she's the producer. She's the one holding the money strings. This is why last year, when they're filming this shit, and I'm hearing about John being upset, John and Dave getting more powers over the show, that only them, what's up, Kareem? That only John and Dave have sole control over the Mandalorian now, and they were getting more powers, that even Kathleen Kennedy was out of the Star Wars stuff with the advertising and stuff for that show. This is why she's responsible for all this advertising for the Mandalorian that supplants Din Djarin and shoves Bo-Katan in your face with the Darksaber and the baby in the Mando armor. That was her. That was her shit. That's why John went for that stuff. That's why he went for the marketing, to be able to take control of the marketing of the show too. And that's why they gave it to him. Because it was already done. It was like, oh, goddamn, bitch. What did you do? Yeah, John, look, yeah, she's done. She's done. She's not doing it no more. You and Dave got it. Y'all run your show. You do what you want over there. That's your baby. You can take care of it. No, don't worry, and you'll do other things. That's why they got those powers. That's why they got those promotions at Lucasfilm that I was telling y'all about last year. That's why they got them. This is why. She came into that show pissed about how much the fans was loving it, how much praise they got for doing it, and she went in and started killing that shit. She didn't like it. This is why I tell you she's a miserable bitch. She is a miserable bitch that hates this fan base and hate anybody who liked that George Lucas shit. She went in strategically to kill that shit and reintroduce the same dumbass ideas she used in The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. The same shit. This is not a creative person. That's why I say all you got to do is look at their track record. That's all you got to do. Especially if they've been in Hollywood, it's all out there. Look, tell me this. For all of y'all who did your diligence when I mentioned it and went back and looked at her filmography, you tell me this. If this Skeleton Crew show is supposed to be just with some kids and supposed to be like a Goonies mixed with a Stranger Things with some other shit, go back and look at her filmography and tell me these ain't some movies that she worked on and produced. Tell me that shit. Go look at it. This is not a creative person, okay? Not a creative person. It's regurgitated, stolen ideas thrown into one thing. Bait and switch. I give it the man. I'll give you a Mandalorian. Didn't tell you which one. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. Well, fuck you. Den is really hot right now. Well, fuck Den. I'm not doing Den anymore. It's all about Boca. And why could she do that? Because Dave was working on a Bo-Katan show anyway. See, what y'all don't understand about this situation, there are fucking factions in this group right now. John and Dave are doing their things over there. KK is doing her shit over here. And KK's little group is the ones giving you this Acolyte and the Skeleton Crew shit. And she had feelers, moles, whatever the fuck you want to call them, in John and Dave's shit. Because she had people in their writing room, she was having them write the shit that she wanted. That's why last year was blowing up so big and John was pissed off because of what these motherfuckers was writing. She approved it. They couldn't override her. She's the producer. So she got what she wanted out of their show, which was not where they wanted to take their show. So when I saw Lizzo showed up and I told you, look, man, even knowing this episode was directed by Dallas Bryce Howard, this does not seem like Dallas Bryce Howard shit. For one, Dallas Bryce Howard seems like she got too much class to do something like this. But whoever did it, it's a feminine mind. What did I tell you? That episode makes no sense logically, but emotionally, it makes a lot of sense. It makes you feel good that, oh, she got the sword back and she got her people back. She got everything she wanted. It's a feel-good episode. That means it was a woman doing it. Doesn't mean it was a guy doing it because it makes no fucking sense. But it makes you feel good. That means it's a feminine imprint on that shit. Now, what do you find out now? The show ain't been over 3 days and everybody out there spilling the beans. Everybody. Yeah, she did that shit. That was her call. Yeah, she didn't want Star Wars cameos of characters like Ahsoka, which would have made perfect fucking sense since you got another show coming out to promote. No Thrawn, which would make perfect fucking sense because you got another goddamn show to produce. None of that shit. No, you didn't get none of them. But you can get Lizzo and Jack Black. The fuck are they here for? I forget. What do they have to do with Star Wars? Told you. I fucking told you. And I don't like saying I told you so. But sometimes you're going to have to, bleep the clarion horn so motherfuckers get it into their goddamn head. Look at this shit. Ask questions. Don't just look at it. I'm not watching that shit no more. John and Dave just fucking up. Wasn't John and Dave. Does this look like any of their work? Any of their other work that they did? This is why I point this shit out to you in media, how to put this shit together. Pay attention to it and look at it. Look at it. It is no different. This season of Mandalorian is just about as big as an affront to the characters, to the stories that they've done in 2 seasons prior, as Wakanda Forever is an insult to the first Black Panther movie. Even though the same, well, it's the same directors on this show, and it's the same director on the movie. But what happened? Somebody else in authority, in a producing position, executive producing position, came in and told them motherfuckers, what the hell you gonna put on the screen? And it was all they bullshit. All this gyno washing shit thrown into something that fans liked and males liked. To take that away from them and turn it into something else. Now, the popular term that they've been said for this season is a bait and switch. It wasn't a bait and switch. Nigga, you got jacked. It was not a bait and switch. You got jacked. Nigga, look, that was a whole rig up. You got called over there because you thought she was about to get you some good, sweet Mandalorian cooch. And you got over there and got blackjack, nigga. We taking this shit. That's what happened. You cannot watch that season and tell me that's what John and Dave wrote. Like the dumb shit with the covert getting attacked by crab crocodiles, a turtle dial. And then in the next couple of episodes, oh, let's do it again. Let's bring back the dinosaurs. Because this bitch loved dinosaurs. She said KK sound just as fucking delusional as that motherfucking John Peters who always want a tarantula in his shit that he produces. She trying to do the same thing. Everything got to have some goddamn dinosaurs in it. Fucking bitch. Oh, my God. So, to say Charles's point, yes, it is the damn insult. And yes, Aquatech, Leia's Lola robot from Obi-Wan series, straight up batteries not included. And KK also produced it. I told you. I pointed that out to you. It's on the Shop Talk. If I have to go back and pull that shit out and make it a short to prove it to you, that's what it is. This is what I do. I see this shit because I've lived long enough to have seen it. What the fuck, dude? This is the same bullshit. Not creative. This is why you still ain't heard shit from Deborah Chow. This is why you still ain't heard shit from Deborah Chow. Why? Because she got that bitch under her thumb. She got her on that show. You ain't heard shit from Deborah Chow. But she taking all the slings and arrows for how terrible that show was because she was the one directing it, right? Okay. Well, John and Dave and Rick Fumajaya, I'm saying his name wrong, I know, sorry. No disrespect intended. They were the ones directing this show. Who cut out all the stuff that they wanted, deleted it, never got to see the light of day. Who did it? Who? The executive producer. And who was the executive producer over this shit? KK. She really didn't like that sneaking Luke Skywalker back to life shit. She didn't. And she systematically went after John to destroy his characters, his show, which is the flagship show of that shit. Which, for me, if I was on the board of Disney, I'd be looking at that shit. And I'd be looking at anybody else sitting around that boardroom table that was siding with this bitch. It's like, so you okay with her doing this to lose us all this money? You okay with that? Really? Really? Why are you okay with that? Why do you think this is the way to go? Because this was bringing us, so many dollars. She just fucking killed it. Again. Not only did she kill the franchise, the one shining light in the franchise, she had a hand in killing that too. Why are we still paying her? And why are you still on board with paying her? What is your angle? We're going to be looking at your ass next. Because we're going to see about getting you off this board. No fucking way. Yeah, she hoped the Mandalorian. Yeah, she did. Yeah, Aquatech, corporate malfeasance. It is. I don't know what the fuck's taking so long with them. That's why I got tired of talking about it. Because everything I heard all last year, everything I heard was more shit. That's why I didn't tell all of y'all that shit. I told you I was tired of talking about this bitch. I just want her gone. And she was supposed to be gone last year. And she's still here this year. And when she got to Star Wars, you might as well call it a fucking abortion. When she got there, she tried to announce some more shit as a bid to get her contract extended again. Like, can you just go the fuck away? Why are they putting you in front of the camera? Don't you got anything else to do? Grandchildren to go play with, kids to throw in cauldrons, broomsticks to ride on. Don't you got anything else to do? Get the fuck out of here, please. For the love of God, just go away. Look, we in California, you know how we get down. If you got that much of a problem with George, tell him to see him in the streets. Y'all can bare knuckle it up right out in front of Lucas Skywalker Ranch, dude. Nobody will care. We won't even see it. Just get out there and just get it in. God damn. This shit, it doesn't make any sense. And I don't know why, for the love of God, nobody is just gotten her out of there. Just like grossly incompetent at your motherfucking job, which was not supposed to be killing this franchise to lose us billions of dollars. It got to be in the billions now. This loss from The Mandalorian has to go on the list. It has to go on the list because everything she's touching in Star Wars sucks ass. And she's only making these decisions to fuck over George. And now to fuck over John because she got an issue with him because he got a little bit out from under her to be able to do his own thing. He's giving the fans what she wants and she hates it. That tells you she is not a fan of this shit. She is not. What was her reasoning for Thrawn and them not being in there? Oh, I don't think the fan base will like it. She ain't the fucking fan base. Why are you listening to her? So, but what you find is that it don't matter who disagree. Even Pedro Pascal is breaking ranks with her, talking about he didn't agree with some shit that was going on. And she punishing his ass for that. Even he knows that don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. The fan base will hate it. Pedro Pascal ain't a fan of Star Wars, but he knows like, nah, that's not gonna go right. No, Kathy, I don't think that's gonna be it. Well, this is just what we're gonna do. Nobody can overrule her. Nobody can overrule her. Chapek didn't have the power to because the board wasn't siding with him. And now the board was halfway working with fucking Iger still, so they weren't giving him the power to do anything about her. So he did what he can do while he was there, which is give John and Dave more power. That was the only thing he could do. He couldn't kick her ass out, apparently. Couldn't. So he just reduced the shit that she could do and gave that ability to John and Dave and increased the stuff that they can do. So now John and Dave can actually approve their scripts, approve their writing teams, and approve the marketing. Do that shit. So you don't have Bo-Katan on all the posters, front and center, and Mando in the back like, hey, remember me? Because the show ain't called The Mandalorians. It's The Mandalorian. No matter how many on the goddamn screen. And then they did those characters so shitty. Out of that whole covert and out of the night owls, children of the watch, name any other Mandalorian outside of two. You can't name the Armorer, and you can't name Paz Vizsla, and you damn sure can't name Raynar Vizsla. Name one of the other Mandalorians that's a part of the covert. Other than them 4 because Dan counts. Name one. If you get to the Night Owls, name somebody past Bo-Katan, Axe Wolves, and Casca Reeves. Name them. Fucking name them. Name the 3 scavengers that was on Mandalore. What was any one of their damn names? Name them. I'm waiting. They were not developed. They were thrown in there and not fucking developed at all. That is not logical. It's not. It's not logical. It doesn't even feel right. It feels like they don't fucking matter. Because the only thing you want to focus on is Bo-Katan taking charge of all this shit. That's why you got Din Djarin pledging his loyalty to some bitch who just joined his covert 15 minutes ago. Like he's simping for some pussy. There you go. And got his baby. Oh, it's like the mama. That ain't his chick. He better go back to that shrimping planet. You better head back to that shrimping planet with that lady with her little kid there. They can blend their families together, and she was waiting to see his face in season 1. Show everything and your Darksaber, nigga. Shit. Yeah, Fracture. You would name them if they had names. Yeah, because they didn't. They was faceless fucking nobodies. No, they weren't. Look, Star Wars canon, you can damn near name every Mandalorian that showed up on screen. You know why? Because George Lucas, the writer, creator of this shit, always gave everybody names. If they were going to show up on screen, you gave them a fucking name so you know who they are. Now you got a whole season full of Mandos. You don't know anybody named outside of the initial people that you met. But it's a bunch of them running around. What was the name of the dude in the red armor? What was his name? What was the name of the training officer that was training Grogu and Ragnar in their little mount? The referee. What was his name? This is because it's not told by people who, number one, give a shit, and number 2, are creative. George did all that shit by himself. What's their excuse? They got a whole writing room. A whole writing room. That means there's a bunch of fucking people in there. Yeah, Malika, you're right. Rando Mandos. Yes, wearing a Leskar armor. Yeah, Daryl D&D, yeah. Mando number 6. Y'all got some good ones. Look, that's 2 solid ones in less than 10 seconds. We ain't even writers. Not even writers. They'd ask us. Look, it would have been funny to me if one of the dudes at the covert's name was Rando. It could have just been his name. Rando, come over here. That would have been funny. Because I would have put it together like Rando, Mando. Oh my God. That was hilarious. But no, they didn't give him a fucking name because they didn't care. Breaking the Darksaber, like, look, man, there's 2 things that happened that was insults to the creators of these things and these characters. Paz Vizsla being killed is an insult to Jon Favreau. That's killing Jon Favreau in this franchise, that his character goes no further forward. And he is killed by the character she threw into a movie, which is this Praetorian Guards for Snoke. Okay, fuck it. Okay, they're there, right? The Darksaber getting crushed was a shot at Dave Filoni. Because that's a Dave thing, right? That's a Dave thing from the Clone Wars, right? So she destroyed that shit. Why the fuck does this bitch have a penchant for destroying and discarding lightsabers? Force Awakens? Last Jedi? The Darksaber, far as I know, is one of your top selling lightsaber toys. You sell them at Galaxy's Edge and shit, right? Why would you destroy it? That'd be like taking Grogu out and say, yeah, well, you got a name, little kid, but BAM! And blow his goddamn head off. Why would you kill potential marketing on that shit? I'm sorry. When this show came out, I didn't watch all of the Clone Wars. I've told you all this shit before. I heard about the Darksaber, but I hadn't watched all the Clone Wars, so I hadn't seen it. When I was watching season 1 and fucking Moff Gideon popped out that TIE fighter with that shit, it's like, oh shit, that's what it looks like. That looks badass. I wanted one of those. I did. I've seen a few replicas. Look really cool. It's a really cool look for a lightsaber. She went back and destroyed that shit. Now, if I worked at Disney on the board, I've been watching that episode like, what the fuck, bitch? We marketing these things. What are you doing? We selling these. Oh my God. Yeah, destroying that was an uncall. No fucking way. Do you think John and Dave signed off on destroying the Darksaber? Do tell. No. That was her ploy. John already came out and said so. Oh, we didn't agree with that shit. Hell no. Why would we? Only thing they can hope to do is fix it in season 4, which means they have to do the same goddamn thing that J.J. Abrams had to do in Rise of Skywalker. I got to fix all the shit that this bitch did in Last Jedi. I got to fix all of this goofy shit because she got this director to do exactly what the fuck she wanted to. And if they didn't, he would have been fired like the other directors that was fired before he got the movie. That's how that shit works. So she destroyed it. Okay, so what was the point of Bo-Katan getting it then if he was just going to destroy it at the end of the episode? Now she has no authority, right? Because all you had to do was grab the Darksaber and wave it around and all the Mandos would follow you, right? So now what do you got? How do you hold your authority now? You ain't got the Darksaber. And I didn't see your ass riding no mythosaur. So I think your position is untenable. I'm just saying, nigga. Cleaning up behind KK should be considered hazard pay. They should. They should pay you like you in downtown Fallujah doing security. Yeah, they should be paying you for that shit. Extra on top of your salary. Just so you can cover the migraines and shit. She got to go, dude. She has got to get the fuck out of Star Wars, dude. Now, I'm not one of these critics that's just writing off Star Wars as a whole just because of the shit that happened here. But Disney got to clean his house. They have to clean their house. They have to clean out Lucasfilms. And the main person they got to clean out Lucasfilms is her. She has to go. She wishes you no good here in Lucasfilms. She doesn't want anything to succeed, especially if it's not her vision. And you saw her vision. Season 3 of The Mandalorian is her vision. Season 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian is John and Dave's vision. Which one holds up? Which one do you want to watch? Anything cool that they did and put in that show, she came behind and fucked it up for them. Anything. Any cool idea that they have and is working on, she's coming in and taking that and fucking it up too. You don't believe me? I'll give you some examples because I'm good at that. I love doing this with my kids and showing them object lessons. And I keep coming back to this one because I'm really pissed off about it. How good was it to see Boba Fett show up in season 2 of The Mandalorian? Scale of 1 to 5. Scale of 1 to 5. 5 being the best, 1 being the shittiest. Put it in the chat. How good was it to see Boba Fett show up in The Mandalorian show? Let's put it in there real quick. Come on. Enough of y'all in here. Let's see what you got. Aqua Techie, 5. Joe Herb, 5. 5, nigga. What the 5 figure say to the face? Mando, nigga. Put a bando on your Mando. Now, Kareem said it was a 3. Okay. Should be unfair. Now, that episode with Boba Fett in it was directed by Robert Rodriguez, doing the character. All right? How good on a scale of 1 to 5 was the Boba Fett show? How good was the Book of Boba Fett? On the same scale of 1 to 5. Aquatechie and Herb, y'all funny as fuck. -1. Herb said -10. It fell off the map. 3, and Nigel said a 3, and I'm being generous. Book of Boba Fett. 1, -3. Right. But it's the same director, right? Directed by Robert Rodriguez, right? So what happened? Another director that you ain't heard much from after his Disney Plus show in the Star Wars universe. What happened? KK. That's why you got Boba Fett in his own show get hijacked by Din Djarin to bring Din and Grogu back together. Seen this before somewhere, haven't you? Starting to see pictures? Now what just happened in The Mandalorian? His ass got hijacked to bring that baby back and give it to some other chick. Hijacked in his show. What happened? KK. You saw the first season. We can all agree that the first season of Mandalorian was good. Second season of Mandalorian was good, right? Who was the director? Who was one of the directors on both seasons of that show. Turned in solid episodes. Dallas Bryce Howard and Deborah Chow. Okay. What did Obi-Wan Kenobi look like? What was your grade on Obi-Wan Kenobi on a scale of 1 to 5? No, Malika, there wasn't. Wipe it from your mind now that you mentioned it. And we still need 5 more cash apps and 3 more super chats from y'all. Need to make the goal. Need to make the goal. Look, simple now. Nadila. -10. I'm never watching Obi-Wan Kenobi again. Never, nigga. I suffered through that show. I will not suffer again. Fuck you. No, sir. No, sir. So basically, every new season of the show has been series named KK Strikes Back. Yeah. Yeah. Because it should have been awesome, right? You got the same people working on The Mandalorian on seasons that were good. Seasons that were good. You don't have Deborah Chow on this season of The Mandalorian. Why not? Because KK fucked her credibility off. But I would challenge you this. Go back and watch the it's a behind the scenes thing. And it was an interview with Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, Rick Fumajaya, Taika Waititi, Dallas Bryce Howard, Deborah Chow, and motherfucking KK sitting at the table talking about doing that show. You tell me who looks out of place sitting at that table talking about that show and who looks like they actually give a fuck about this. It's on Disney Plus. Go back and watch it. These were people who love this shit. That's why they signed on early. She took each one of them aside and gave them the fucking business. Gave them the business. Yeah, it was a big opportunity to do a show or whatever. And she got there and got them under her thumb and made them put that shit into this movie that don't make no fucking sense. Every one of those shows that don't make sense. Every one that was fucked up. Every one. Some stupid, nonsensical shit that could be really awesome, but it didn't happen. You listen to them after it's all said and done with. She was the one signing off and telling them no, deleting stuff. Nope, that'll never see the light of day. And then you hear about it like, that's exactly what should have happened. That's what we're saying. They were saying, the actual creative people were saying the same thing that we're saying that should have happened. But this bitch sitting up there said no. Why is she in charge? Every one of those shows. Now, John and Dave, get ready for it. They have to reinvigorate both of those shows. They have to do a second season of Obi-Wan Kenobi, but they're not calling it the second season of Obi-Wan Kenobi. That got too much taint on it. But they have to fix it because they have to fix the Obi-Wan character. They have to do another Book of Boba Fett season 2 because they got to fix that one too. And now they have to fix The Mandalorian too, on top of it. On top of fixing her shit ass shows, The Acolyte and Skeleton Crew. That's been in production longer than any of these other shows. They have to fix those too, so they can at least be palatable to somebody. And I asked the question again, why in the fuck is she still at Lucasfilm? Contracts? Fuck you. Fuck you on a contract, nigga. CB in court. Or here. Take this shit and get the fuck out of my face. Peel it off. Peel it off and get her the fuck out of there, dude. She is scuttling every one of these characters in shows. She hates legacy characters. She doesn't like the extended canon. And anything that you put into the universe that's actually working, she hates that shit too. And she's going to work through other people to make sure it gets destroyed. Destroyed. She is Palpatine's daughter, motherfucker. Because she is doing a Sith meditation like a motherfucker and orchestrating behind the scenes to destroy all this stuff. The galaxy will be mine forever. And don't think I missed it. I'm looking forward to it, but don't think I missed it. That this Star Wars vision highlights a bunch of goddamn women. That if you look at my thumbnail, what does it say? The Force is fucking female, nigga. I fire her immediately. Present an apology to fans and redo the Mandalorian and Kenobi and Boba Fett series all over again. That's the thing. Because of the economy the way it is, Herb, they can't spend a lot of time going back because they don't have the money to spend going back doing this shit. They don't have the money to go back and keep doing this shit. That's why they have to just keep rolling with what it is. Like, okay, the bitch broke the Darksaber. We can fix it next episode. Well, it looked like Bo-Katan. Don't worry, we can fix it next episode. Or excuse me, next season. That's all they can say. Look, man, from here on out, it'll be good. Just trust us. Just trust us. Stand on me. It'll be good next season. Because they're getting her out of that shit. They're trying to bar the door and kick anybody who sympathizes with her ass the fuck out of there too. That was the work behind the scenes that Chapek was doing, dealing with the HR and shit like that, to get motherfuckers like this out of there. Because they was dug in like ticks. There was no clear way to get them out of there. And they had somebody sitting there to make sure you couldn't get them out of there. Well, they got rid of that motherfucker first. Then they start working in this HR bullshit to make sure they grease the skins to get the rest of these motherfuckers out of here. Banana peels and whistles. Fuck you. Beat it. Obi-Wan. Yeah, there's some things they can do. There's some things they can do. I'm telling you, you look at these shows, I don't recommend you go back and watch them, but if you did, if you look at these shows and go back and look at it, you will see that it seems like some bullet point notes were given. There's good parts in there, right? That is consistent with lore and stuff like that. Those are like the bullet points. All the rest of that shit in the middle is all her. Every time it seems like it's on a logical bent and then it totally diverges or falls off a cliff somewhere. That is her influence. Cutting shit out, not letting them put certain things in there. Dumb shit like Owen and Beru. No, this is our home. Owen, here, take this pistol and we're going to fight for our home. Beru, what the fuck is you doing, bitch? Who is you? We're going to fight for this, Owen. What? Who the fuck are you? That's not your role. That's not who you were. Your ass is about to be a briquette in another 18 years. You better shut the fuck up. That's her shit. That's her influence. And that's how the Force works. Through influence. Insidious influence. It's cheaper to boot her out of the company. It'll be the best money Disney will ever spend. Look, dude, I told you. I said this last year. If they announced that she was being fired tomorrow, their stocks would raise probably 15 points the next day. I bet money on that. It would. Definitely Lucasfilm and Star Wars stock would raise because that's the biggest fucking poison pill in it. There is nothing in Star Wars that cannot be fixed because all you need is actually creative people who love this stuff. You got people like that there. Fucking Dave's been working on it longer than fucking John has. Directly with George. So there shouldn't be too much of a problem in fixing this shit. My only issue with Dave is, nigga, you just want to promote all your characters. Like, look, nigga, I'm not showing up for all your characters. I'm not that attached to them. My initial point of interest in this shit is the characters that George created, not you. I can appreciate your work on this, but I'm not showing up for all of your characters. I'm showing up for George's universe. It's just what it is. There's nothing against him, but it's just what the fuck it is. It would have been cheaper to me to cut her a check and get her ass out of there last year. Because I wouldn't keep doing these contract extensions. How the fuck does that work? You can fail fully at your job, lose the company hundreds of millions of dollars on movies and TV shows, and you just keep getting to announce shit so you can extend your contract so you can keep losing me more money? That doesn't seem logical. That seems like a mistake. Somebody should be like, okay, go look at the wording on this and get back to me ASAP Rocky. Yeah. Get legal on it. Get legal on it. Now. No, nigga, no. Nah, bro, no. Now, the last offense, that's what Joy said, good job on. Yeah, that jawbone nigga. The last offense for her, and then I'll open it up to you guys, comes in the form of this movie that she announced. Comes in the form of this Rey movie she announced. Now, I heard some details on what her Rey movie is supposed to be. Now, understand, John and Dave went to Daisy Ridley and proposed to her some ideas to fix the Rey character, bring her back into the franchise, and fix her. Because that's all you can do with her. You can't really go forward in time without addressing Rey because she's part of the canon now. She just is. But a character can be fixed. Some of the things John and Dave proposed to Daisy to do with the character is what got Daisy to come back to Disney and sign on to do more work. Because if you remember last year before, I was telling you, they were going to replace her with Keira Knightley for these prequel series animes and stuff like that. They were going to use her. But John and Dave went to Daisy Ridley, talked to her and convinced her, and she agreed to come back on with them to do these works. And some of the works were making Rey have children, giving her her own backstory, her own last name. That was something that fucking Colin had written into the story anyway, that KK threw the fuck away, and bring that character back into some kind of alignment in a good sense within the Star Wars universe and the community. Because I don't know anybody who has any hate for Daisy Ridley. I don't have any hate for Daisy Ridley. She's an actress. She played a role. It was a good opportunity for her. It's not her fault that the movies they put her in were shit. and overly micromanaged by some megalomaniacal, hateful bitch who don't know nothing about these characters and don't care nothing for this fucking universe, and just wanted to make her own feminist icon, taking from everything that George did make, while she claims that she's putting down the patriarchy by totally grafting one character onto another one. Kind of like that Mandalorian shit, huh? Because Force Awakens was the bait and switch. They baited you with Finn on the posters, and the posters and stuff are the advertisement. And who was in charge of all of that shit? KK. You got baited with the black dude. You got there and found out he ain't no Jedi. He ain't gonna be a Jedi. Nigga. It's all about this white bitch. That was your bait and switch. Mandalorian season 3 was a straight motherfucking jack. Straight jacket from California, nigga. No, she shouldn't. That's why I feel bad for Daisy. She is not doing well after that shit. She ain't doing well after KK dragged her ass out on stage at Celebration for this damn announcement of some movie that don't nobody fucking know about but her. That ain't what Daisy came back for. She came back for the shit that John and Dave had set up for her. The shit that KK announced was brand new. Nobody knew. That's why Iger is even reacting to it. Do you really believe that if it was something in the hopper for Disney, they wouldn't have been promoting that shit earlier? She made that shit up on the spot. And by making it up on the spot, she's trying to leverage the fans' interest against Iger to make that shit happen so she can stay around longer to do that movie. Now, you want to know what the insult part of that movie is? When the report came out about what she said that movie was going to be about, it's a bunch of shit that John and Dave were working on. That's why it's coming out before their movie with Ray. Who needs 2 goddamn Ray movies? One 5 years, one 15 years apart. You don't need that. That doesn't make any sense. But it's like I tried to explain to you guys before about this timeline in Star Wars. This bitch keeps trying to jump back to overwrite the other stuff. And what John and Dave want to do here with Rey, post Rise of Skywalker, 15 years later, this goofy bitch KK want to jump in between that shit and do something else. With stolen ideas from John and Dave, mind you. Because the whole shit with Rey having children and stuff like that, that was John and Dave's doing. Which sound interesting. Because in a sense, it could be like Anakin's birth, another virgin birth in Star Wars. Could be. Now, it wasn't enough that she was trying to steal that and throw it into her Acolyte show to make Brie Larson the chosen one so she can wipe away Anakin Skywalker. No, that wasn't enough. No. But they was getting Daisy back on board. Oh, I'm going to take that shit from them too. And yes, we're doing a Rey Skywalker movie, and this one happened 5 years before. Bitch. That was a fuck you to them. And Iger. That's what that shit was. That's why all the articles and stuff like that is like, is this really a movie? Is this really happening? Because she pulled it out her ass. Trying to keep a job another couple of years at Lucasfilm so she can keep applying some bullshit pressure to destroy that shit. Because it just ain't breaking quick enough. How else do you tear down the patriarchy without tearing down Lucasfilm altogether. Where else would you do it? That's what that shit is. Ray, Ben, that shit. These are all stolen ideas from John and Dave that they were going to do in their movie. And she took those ideas and trying to put them into a movie to get it out before theirs. To fuck it up. Not an original thought in this person's head. Now, I've told y'all, he said he's still salty for Finn. You and John Boyega both, because he's still salty about Finn too. And I say it's because they made him look like a sweaty-faced runaway slave the whole time. Or a bumbling idiot. Hey! Where's AB? And Finn's character was completely wasted. But John and Dave had a plan to bring him back. Because if anything, if Rey got a temple, who should be there? Who was her second? Even with the ghost of Ben Solo standing there with her, who would be her second? Finn, who is force sensitive. And all he needs is some training. She's stealing those ideas from them. She's stealing all over the place. That's why you see shit in Mandalorian season 3 that look like you already saw it in Andor. Stealing from this shit to put it here. That's why you got the Blade Runner scenes with that chick. Stolen and put in the Star Wars. She just steals. She is not a creative person. There is not a creative bone in her body, by my estimation. Because the only thing she knows how to do is cause chaos and destroy shit. Shit, at this point, she might as well work for Cobra. She is not a creative person. Now, I've already told y'all, yeah, copy and paste KK, yeah. Put that other K on there, you know why. This is why I tell you, from what I've seen of this Acolyte show, it looks like they're stealing from the Lost Tribe of the Sith books. That's what it looks like they're stealing from. For real. But if you've heard anything about what's been going on in this Acolyte shit for the last 2 goddamn years, it's a bunch of hack job shit on ideas George had just to wipe away the High Republic. I mean, the Old Republic and George's prequel movies. That's all it's supposed to be doing. Fucking that stuff up. You know, having Yoda, having Anakin not be the chosen one, having Yoda, you know, fucked up and depressed and all this other shit. Like, huh? Dinosaurs and shit. Motherfucker, what? Holy shit. This is not the things that make me feel happy as a geek, especially not as a Star Wars geek, because mind you, I'm at about 3 hours. I'm at about 3 hours. And for the last hour and a half, I've just been able to rant about her in one franchise. I ain't dealing with Marvel today. Oh no, this is the all KK Queef show. No, sir. Yeah, character assassin, not even run a fucking muck, dude. It's like she can't keep from coming through there killing shit. I wonder if she walked through Lucasfilms or Skywalker Ranch and decides what I'm gonna destroy next. What else can I tear down in this bitch? What else is there? And fuck them Rancors too. Like, is that what she's doing? I'm like, George, god damn, George, I feel bad. I feel so bad for you, sir. I do. I feel so bad for you. Because for somebody who has done nothing but try to actually put something out there, his voice out there for people who gravitated to it, to build something that people love so much and is so much a part of their lives for decades, long enough for them to raise their children on the same thing, to look at these movies as an event. I found somebody who ain't even seen Star Wars, and I'm like, holy shit, what? Dude, Return of the Jedi is coming back to the theaters this week. We got to get your ass to see Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back so we can get you to see a Return of the Jedi in theaters the way I saw it. Oh, no, we got to fix that. That is a sacrilege. No, you got to watch this shit. You got to watch it. That's a Star Wars fan. Happy to share this shit with you. But what happened is you start sharing this shit with the wrong goddamn people who don't give a fucking half about this shit. Always hated it. It was always weirdo bait. They never liked it. And then they got put in charge of it because they wanted a position. What do you think they were going to do with it? Fuck it up intentionally. She ain't trying to make no money on nothing. You can't even sell Ray toys. That's her insert. You can't even sell them motherfuckers. They don't sell. You know what probably sells better than Ray toys? Dark sabers. And she killed that motherfucker, didn't she? Hateful bitch. Yeah, the Rancors too. Rancors too. And just so you know how ridiculous this shit is, how far that Dino love goes. I'm gonna get into that Dino love shit with her ass. What did you have in the episode of Mandalorian pop out of the ground for no reason at all and just start attacking Mandalorians? Was it not a fucking dinosaur? Was it not some Jurassic Park level shit? Like, what the fuck was that about? Why did it come up? How long has it been here? It's just chilling on the ground and decided to come up and attack a sailing ship? For what? Get the fuck out of here. I'm excited to see it in theaters. I was too young and wasn't in the country when it first came out. Yeah, you should. It comes out, what is it, the 25th, 28th? 28th. Return of the Jedi comes back to the theaters. Nigga, do you not think I'm getting tickets to see that shit in IMAX? You don't think so? I'm going to see that shit. I am going to see it. And I'm trying to take somebody with me who has not seen these movies before, who don't know shit about it. Just so hopefully I can see the look on their face that I had when I saw it for the first time. Because I remember standing in line for Return of the Jedi as a kid at Hilltop Mall. The line stretched out the door around the side of the building, behind the dumpsters, up the hill towards Sears. Stood in line with my mama and my brother to go see Return of the Jedi and was in there amped, juiced, excited. Because I was invested for 2 other damn movies. And I was not disappointed in Return of the Jedi. Was not. KK yanking on Spielberg's chain with all those dinosaur business because she produced some of those movies too. Why you think your last fucking Jurassic World sucked so much ass? I remember my mother told me about some of the shit that was going on, and I'm like, that sounds like some KK shit. Mama, look at the producers and see if she's not one of the producers on this shit. Look at it. Because this is her stock and trade. This is the same shit I'm dealing with right now with Star Wars with her. Look at it and find out. Dallas Bryce Howard should be mad. She's fucking up all her money. KK fucking up all Dallas money. Oh my God. You ain't going to be able to pull a check off that shit ever. Yeah, Hilltop Mall. Herb, you know, bring him. Herb, I saw all 3 movies there at that downstairs theater in the back by Sears. That used to be the main theater to go to. And we went up there. I saw Star Wars. I saw Empire Strikes Back there. I saw Return of the Jedi there. Remember the color of the carpet, everything. I think it was like Theater 3 or something like that. I think it was that theater. And that theater was packed. Packed, my nigga. That's why I was happy I got back to seeing movies in theaters and seeing it with a crowd of people. because that is what I remember from being a kid, really enjoying movies. Packed house, opening day, everybody in there chomping popcorn, candy, Slurpees, talking and shit, and the movie light up, and everybody in there like, oh shit. Good memories, good feelings. The people who want to bring those feelings back to people watching this shit at home or in the theaters are John and Dave, because they were those people. I've never heard an interview with KK talking about the wonder that she had at seeing these movies for the first time. She never talks about having love for these things. Never. But always claiming to know the fan base. But you're not even part of the fan base. So how would you fucking know? I'm not a part of the Warhammer fan base, but I know some people who are Warhammer fans. And if Henry Cavill make a good ass Warhammer movie, the motherfuckers will be there first day. First day they'll be there. I can guarantee it. And if it's shit, they'll tell me. And if it's awesome, I'll hear back from them the same way. But I'll trust their opinion more than I would trust my opinion on. Well, I ain't even into this shit, but whatever. Stupid rich nerd stuff. No, she is not a fan. Never was. Never will be. She is a fan of herself and her supposed femininity, which I don't believe. And her own vision, which is blind because she ain't got one. Or is very myopic, meaning only focused on her fucking vagina. Everything is better if it's looked at through a vaginal lens, you know. The only thing better when you looking up a vagina is your possibilities of getting some. That's it. Other than that, watch for the queef. And with that, I'll end that segment talking about fucking KK. She needs to be gone, but from Lucasfilms, but this is not saying anything that anybody doesn't know. Everybody knows this shit. I mean, even the people writing articles know this shit. She needs to be gone from Lucasfilm because she is just killing it. Mando season 3 should be the straw that broke the camel's back, but it probably won't be because you got three more pieces of shit that she's working on coming out. Indy 5, the Acolyte, Skeleton Crew. God forbid she even gets to make a Rey movie. The fuck out of here. Get all the fuck out of here. And stop announcing shit that you ain't got planned for nothing. Because everybody's been hearing it for the last year. You got no power over nothing. These two things. And that's it. The Acolyte and the Skeleton Crew. And that's it for you. That's all you got power over. That's all you're responsible for. That's the only thing you can green light or red light. Everything else don't even go through you no more. You a CEO in name only. Chief Explosives Officer. Anyway, if you guys want to come up and bat this around, share your opinions on this shit, please do. The link is now in the chat. I'm going to go through some of these cash apps. I should make that participatory on if you actually open the chat. If you don't get enough donations, we don't open the chat. Let's say my monologue and I get the fuck out of here. Because some shit got to change. You got to pay like you weigh. Excuse me, I'm trying to clean my reading glasses. All right, so I got some of these down. I think I got Swift. Shout out to the No One, the package man in the building. for donate to the stream on the Cash App side. Appreciate that. Coffee money is always accepted. I will give you 3B salute. Appreciate you. Shout out to D. Anderson, Darren Anderson. He said for donation. Appreciate you, D. Anderson. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you, sir. Shout out to Nina G on the PayPal side, dropping a big numbers, the 5-5. Appreciate you, Nina. I will give you the double that. Appreciate you.
Money for the rap, double lag. Fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double lag. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
Ladies came through swinging their ovaries. And, y'all, they showing their bra size today. Came through dropping big ones. One on each side. I appreciate that. I do. Shout out to Nigel. He said for the Geek Dudes. Appreciate you, Nigel, for supporting the Geek Church on a Sunday. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you, Nigel. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it. All right, that puts us 3 away. 5 away. 3 on the Cash App and 3, so 6. So it needs 6 more contributors. 6 more contributors. Where can you beat the bushes? So that's it. If y'all want to come up, you're welcome to. You can come through and talk some of this shit. I know some of y'all like just listening to my, as Rob would say, my sexy voice. But I know some of y'all tend to be geeks. And I'm not turning this into a whole bitch fest on KK, but I had to get that shit off my chest, especially with the failure that was season 3 of The Mandalorian. There was some good stuff in it, but it was a bowling ball, yo. It was almost no point to any of the shit that was happening. It was all hand waved and wiped away by the end of the episode. Din Djarin kicking back on the stoop, watching his little green baby play with frogs in the pond was not my idea of a satisfying ending at all. You can't end with Luke Skywalker showing up in one episode in one season, and then the next season ends with some Uncle Tom Cabin kind of bullshit. What kind of shit is that? The fuck? Talk about a flat lever. That was garbage, but that's where she wanted it to be. Garbage. That's what she was hoping for. And she was right. She got what the fuck she wanted. Because she's the producer. She's the one in charge of letting this stuff fly or go by. And she decided that was what she wanted that show to be. Garbage. So she did her part in making it so. Yeah, even ended with the Looney Tunes slow That was dumb too. You hadn't used that shit all show. Anywhere else in the season, you hadn't used it. Why use it now? It's dumb as fuck. Dumb as fuck. But I expect that from her. So I tell you guys and ladies, when it doesn't make sense, match this up to the person's other work. Match it up. Because the person that they're talking about to do this Ray movie don't even got no big movie credits. Now, this sounds like some bullshit for me because that's the same thing with Leslie Headland doing his Acolyte. She ain't got no serious show credits for doing shit. But she got a whole series that ain't, as far as I know, they can't even get anything filmed. And she's responsible for writing a series, and she ain't never done nothing like that. She just wrote a play before. The fuck out of here. Talking about not getting shit on merit. Fuck on. Miles, what's the name of the other channel? The other channel is called Geek Elite Assembled. Here, I'll do you a solid. I will do you a solid, princessa. There you go. That's the other channel right there. Geek Elite Assembled. And I actually have to change this banner across the top because that banner will get replaced with this. That's the banner I made for the channel because I didn't have one on there. But that's the banner that I made. So when you see stuff like wrong, like this background, that's what those are for. I made them for that channel. So that's it. Geek Elite Assembled. Didn't realize I put an exclamation point right there. That makes it harder for people to find that shit. I'm going to have to change that. I will have to fix that. But if you go into the videos, the lives, you'll see all the lives on there. It's all geek shit. It's just a way that us black YouTubers know you have to move sometimes to have a backup situation. I have a Discord, but I'm never on Discord. I created it at a time where you should have kept the Discord, but I never used it because I'm not on there like that. It's a different generation. I don't have that kind of time to constantly be jumping from one platform to the other all day. No. I mean, I have it bad enough where I get 4 or 5 different videos and stuff like that to watch from one person a day. And if I want to be, a decent person and respond to all of that shit, I have to spend time to watch all of these things. And that's a lot. Like Malika sent me a video this week. I haven't watched the video yet, Malika, because it was 40 minutes. I was at work when I got it, so I haven't watched it yet. So it's nothing against you. I like getting videos and stuff like that from people to watch. But I have to spend the time to do all of that stuff. I have to have the time. Gotcha, to no avail. Tell me about it. I was sending you all kinds of messages over there. Really? On Discord? Oops. Sorry. Let me check. Let me check Discord. Because I started it like AM was doing it, that it would be a place for people to get together, talk about some geek shit. Community, right? Geek community, so y'all can keep talking to each other and shit like that. while not on stream. But it meant that it turned out that I had to learn Discord. And then I would have to moderate that shit. I didn't have time to moderate it. And nobody was in there. There's a couple of people that I did send, things to be in there. Weren't there either. What the fuck is this now? I guess I got to go through it on my phone. So I wasn't using it. It doesn't mean it's not there and it's not active, but it's there. It's just not active. There's nothing really going on. I mean, I think there's 3 people who still post in there daily, and that's because they link their videos to go to Discord servers, different Discord servers. I don't know how to do that, so I wasn't using Discord like that. But I should. So there's a couple of things that I have that I don't fully utilize on a regular basis. Like I have my Instagram, I use that regularly. I have Discord, I don't use that regularly. I have a Twitch I do not use regularly, but I have to start getting back to just putting my video game streams on Twitch because they don't do dick on YouTube. They really don't. If I want people to see them, there's a certain number of people who would be interested that are seeing them. But it'll probably be better for a Twitch situation other than a YouTube situation. Especially since they keep trying to come after me when I play Gran Turismo and blocking the videos because I guess the videos have music in the background that's not copyrighted. Even though it's on the fucking video game, I can't take it off of there. And I don't think I can just mute the music. So dumb shit. I gotta check my fucking email. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Uh-oh. If y'all not gonna come up here, I'm gonna get off of here and go do something productive. I already had my coffee. All I need to do is throw some clothes in the wash and eat. And I can lay it down. Can lay it the hell down. And Toy, you ain't got to worry about going through no damn Discord to contact me. You got my Instagram. You can find me. I'm always here. I'm always available. Sort of. Put it this way, I don't mind having a conversation. That's what it is. Yeah, I had to get my Wookiee yawn on. I call that speaking Yanese. I was speaking Yanese. I mean, y'all put me to sleep. Okay, so I was doing let's put my password in wrong. Well, that's helpful, moron. Got one more video I need to get done to try to put out today. And then nope, it is correct. It is correct. Log in, goddammit. Oh, fuck you. All right. This shit is not going to act right. Okay. Nobody wants to come up? All righty then. I'm looking at my Discord right now. Oh, you know, I've got a lot of fucking shit on here. And here's mine. So you see the Geek Elite Discord at the Astral Plane and the Superflow and the Shop Talk Live voice channel. There's a message in here. Let's see what this message is. Are you talking dirty to me? No, this is Meteor Man. You've been invited to join a server, only porn. Nigga, no. What the fuck, dude? See, this is... Look, I'm not a prude. Should report your bitch ass. I'm not a prude, right? I like women, I like sex, all that shit, right? It don't need to be everywhere. Like, that's some weirdo shit. Twice. Show it to you on the screen, but it got some chick ass in the damn thing. Like, nigga. Yeah, I'll report your ass. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, I didn't ask for that shit. And why'd you come into my fucking Discord to send me a message to drop that shit in there? Fuck you. Weirdos. Just do your goddamn thing. Over there. No one said hi. What up, no one? 6/15/2022. Sorry, no one. I see you though. Shit. September 29th. I have to check this more. I'm sorry, you guys. That's just me. So for all y'all that want some regular contact with your boy, which I didn't think I would, but if you build it, they will come. I built it. I set it up and figured if the show got more popular, it would fill up. I just didn't hang around and watch it fill up. Okay, I'm not here to watch the grass grow. I water it once in a while, but I'm not going to sit there and watch it grow. I've got other things to do. So that's what it was. Who was this? This you? This must be her. Mahogany Promise. Since you're checking, yes, Toya. What's up, Toya? Funny. Yeah, since I'm looking. Got how this shit worked. Princess. Okay, Princessa. I can't see the picture. Picture small. Okay. I see you. Oh, what's good, Dr. Anwar? Dr. Anwar moseyed up to the bar. What's good? Feel good? How you feel, doctor? Aquateki don't go up on the panel. Princessa. Aquateki he moderates. He's not panel pop. Somebody else must be live. I think Edward is live right now, so that's why I don't think I got AB up here. But it's okay. I don't have to run a panel. I can talk long enough by myself. Give y'all some things to think about. Dr. Anwar, you want to come up here and talk about this Mandalorian season. What you thought of this last season of Mandalorian? Did you watch it or did you check out on it? Because it was check outable. It's giving me consolation prizes. He said, hold on. I ain't on the phone. If you want to, you don't have to. I could, totally go for DoorDash and some coffee and ice. My fucking eye. And nobody else wants to come up. So what do I think about this season? I'll go for another couple minutes. Season 4 should be better for The Mandalorian. I will hang in there with The Mandalorian until season 4. If season 4 doesn't show me some of the stuff that I should have saw in this season, like Mace Windu, Mara Jade, any of that shit, I'm not sure I'll be watching that show again. I am a lot of this, but I think it's earned. The stuff that they have actually focused on and worked on has been good. What I see of this Ahsoka show looks good. But it should be if Filoni wants his character to be represented good. He should care about it. So I'm not worried about that so much. I'm just more curious to see what it is. Acolyte, I'm not looking forward to that. I'm just waiting to see if it's exactly what I think it is, which is a ripoff of the Lost Tribe of the Sith. If so, I'll be really pissed because I love that series. I've talked about that series before with you guys. It was a bunch of ebooks. Read them. They're good. They're quick reads. You can listen to them on audiobook. I don't give a fuck. But they're good reads. You should listen to that one. And look at this Terminator up here. Look at this pimp motherfucker. What up,
I'll be back.
I'll be back. I told you, man, I'd be back. What up, Dr.
No, actually, today I'm Franklin Saint right there. Franklin Saint from Snowfall.
Yeah, okay.
Walking the streets like a junkie.
Walking the streets like a junkie. I don't watch Snowfall. I got to catch up on Snowfall just in case they fucking do the dirty and replace Jonathan Majors. I got to find out who this Desmond
okay.
is. I got to find out who he is, what kind of actor he is. So,
yeah. What's going on, man?
Not much. This is Aquatechy, old man Morpheus. Handing out pills, huh?
So yeah, to answer your question, I haven't watched. I've seen so much bad pub on this latest season of the Mandalorian. I haven't bothered with it. Nah, but I do. But my brother's friend was downloading the episodes for me, so yeah. I haven't gone through the troubles. I've heard so much bad stuff about it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about this time and culture is that you can kill a show with just talking about it or not talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I get so critical about the stuff going on with Jonathan Majors, how these people on YouTube primarily, I keep seeing them, are talking about this shit. And then hearing things about shows like Andor was a decent show, but you wouldn't know how everybody was talking about it. And most of the people talking about it didn't even watch the fucking show. So who are you listening to? Ask questions. Who are you listening to? And shit, I've been following it. That show is actually in production now. It's still in production. It's been in production since November. Season 2 of Andor. So I'm like, hell yeah, get it. I'm waiting to see this.
Okay.
So you didn't see it. I'm not mad at you for not seeing it. It's probably better if you didn't.
Well, I saw Lizzo and Jack Black and Christopher Lloyd made cameos there.
Christopher Lloyd's cameo was fine because Christopher Lloyd actually played a character. Lizzo cannot act. And Jack Black was just like, why the fuck is he here? What is this about? That's all it was. So it was not your Mandalorian. That's for damn sure. It was not your Mandalorian. It was a real hard swerve to where you look at it like, what's going on here? Why are they here? It takes you completely out of the show. Like the suspension of disbelief is totally removed. It's like, why are they here? What the fuck is going on? And then the episode is pretty lame. On top of that, it's like, oh god, dude. So yeah, you're not missing.
Sounds like Stacey Abrams making that cameo on Star Trek.
Yeah, AB told me about that, and I still haven't watched that. I saw a still video, a still clip of that, and I'm like, fuck is she doing there? Anyway, let me move on. I'm not watching Star Trek right now. Let me just go on about my business. Right. I'm like, no.
Well, I almost went to go see Guardians last night, but it was too late. I don't want to be walking out the theater at like midnight.
Is Guardians out now?
Volume 3 is out.
Is it?
Yep.
I thought we had another week or so with that one.
No, man, it's out.
I got to go to the movies tonight then. I was looking. There was a bunch of stuff that was out right now that I was trying to go see. And I didn't go last night. I just laid up yesterday. But The Covenant is out with Jake Gyllenhaal, Guy Ritchie movie, which I want to see about the little interpreter.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Looks good. I've got to see my military shit, right? The Pope's Exorcism, somebody mentioned that shit to me with Russell Crowe. I like spiritual movies, so I might go see that. Evil Dead Rising is a horror movie. I got to see somebody who likes horror movies that want to go see that shit, and I want to see them get freaked out. That's a little scary. Cavalieri or whatever his name is, about that black
violinist.
Yeah, the violinist. I want to see that. That's out right now too. And then Dungeons and Dragons. I still haven't seen that one yet, so I want to see that. That's like 5 or 6 movies all at the same time. It's like, I need to be going to the movies every day this week to go catch up on these. I didn't know Guardians was out now. What Beastly saying? Yeah. Guardians is out May 5th. I thought it was in May.
Well, here it's out. Here in DC, it's out.
The fuck is wrong with y'all? Why are you so special? Military? Let me see. Hold on, man. Why did they? There must be a pre-screening or something like that.
Maybe it was. I know I looked it up and I saw.
Yeah, because I know
movie time.
The screeners might be a pre-sale. The screeners get it a week early. That's why they can do their videos and stuff like that a week early.
Okay. Maybe that's what it was.
That one opening for screeners and the media and stuff like that to go see it. But I didn't think it was out yet. Yeah, it says release date is May 5th.
Okay. All right. Maybe I got my wires crossed. Maybe I'll just
don't scare
tired
me.
last night.
Don't scare me.
Wait, artisan.
I'll definitely go see that shit. Go ahead.
So what is the deal with Jonathan? They trying to cancel him altogether, or what is it? I know his publicist let him go or something, or
his publicist let him go. A couple of the movies that he was had in the hopper trying to come together, they're holding back on because they're trying to see how this thing shakes out. That's normal, right? But how people are reporting it is what I'm having an issue with, is because there is nothing proven that he did. It's more stuff proven that it was a false claim. She took it back. She wanted to recant it. She didn't say that. She said the police coerced her and made her say those things or framed it that way. But they still want to go ahead with a case on him just because. And so since there is nothing and they already got this shit out there, they're trying to make stuff up and throw it out into the media to get people on board with canceling him. It's what it is. It's a witch hunt. They're really just trying to cancel him for what reason I do not know. But You can say B Dubs want to cancel him because he dating white chicks. You say white boys want mad at him because he dating a white chick. Right? It's like the only thing I've seen in every article is an accounting of how much money he stands to make in Hollywood over a long period of time. Because all they do at the end of the article is start listing all his things that he got coming up. And it's like they running a tally. I'm like, so why does this matter? This is not even the article. The article isn't even about this.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. I mean, because his star was going like this. It was going straight up. I mean, with Creed, with being the new bad guy in the MCU, with that Air Force movie he had, he was on the rise. So someone must want him out for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know what they say is that who was it? Marlon Wayans was just talking about it, that in his special, right, that they only want the one guy in, right? And the Snowfall actor, Desmond, I think his name is, right? Desmond, whatever his name is.
Damson Idris.
Yeah, right.
Damson Idris.
His star is on the rise too, but he's right behind Jonathan Majors. So if they knock him out, that dude gets the rise, and that's why they're trying to throw that out there. Well, he could be a replacement for Kang. Kang has variants, so they could be a different one from a different multiverse. No, but all your variants look like you, dumb motherfucker. You don't get a variant that looks completely different than you. I mean,
no,
Loki, but that's because they wanted to shoehorn a version of female Loki in there.
Yeah. Now, if that's what they're doing, if they're getting Jonathan out of the way for Damson Idris, that'll be interesting because then that's another British actor who's getting work over an American actor.
Takes that Ados role, takes that away from the Ados black man, and puts it on another British one. Right? They don't seem to have a problem with the British ones. They don't like the Ados ones getting no work, especially if they're good. And that's another layer to this thing that's problematic for me because nobody was talking about that dude from Snowfall before this. You didn't know who the hell he was. But all of a sudden, his name is bubbled up to the top of the list as a possible replacement for Jonathan Majors. It's like, who said we needed a replacement for Jonathan Majors? I mean, ain't nothing been proved yet. Disney already went through this with Johnny Depp, and now they couldn't, suck him off from behind a dump truck full of money to get him back to the Pirates, and they would want it because they went so hard with, yep, she said it, it's the case. And then the case came out, you saw the bitch was lying, and Johnny Depp was like, I ain't fucking with you. No. Buy me an alpaca farm. Well, how many you want? A lot. He won't fuck with them. But they want to make something with that franchise, and they can't do it without him. That's why they playing it kind of calm, I think, with Jonathan Majors, and why the talking foreheads keep trying to seed this dissent with him or this ill will towards him to try to get the company to respond to it, because they know if you play the media game, the company will have to respond eventually, right? If you say, well, the fan base is upset, then a scared company will say, okay, well, fuck it then. We off. We done with them. Well, his marketing team and shit like that is like, I don't care about them because like they wasn't doing their work anyway. He was getting all the publicity off of the roles he was doing, not because you was pushing them out there. So it's probably for the best. The main thing is Disney people want Marvel to get off of him, and Marvel hasn't said anything yet. So that's why they keep seeding this out there, because he stands to lose hundreds of millions of dollars in doing that. He would be, with playing Kang, he could be Robert Downey Jr. for the MCU. He would be the next Robert Downey Jr. in the MCU. Multiple movies, big payouts, and it would increase with every movie. And he would get to show his versatility, and every time Kang showed up, he would show his versatility as an actor. He only stands to make a bunch of money. That's why his girlfriend was apologizing and texting them to say she apologized and hope it didn't mess anything up. She knows she would blow the goddamn bag, acting a goddamn fool. That's why she's so worried about, oh, who texting you? Who's texting you? Fucking hell. She don't want to get off the money train. That shit was just leaving the station. So it just seems like it is very damn. Whole goddamn tornado touchdown in the backyard. But it seems like a whole bunch of just trying to make a case and make some news out of something that's not news anymore. It's not.
Yeah.
It's gone way too long for somebody who recanted the testimony. And I don't know what fan base they listen to, because I'm a Star Wars fan and we've been complaining about KK for years at this point, damn near a decade at this point. She ain't moved nowhere.
Artisan, I'm so sick of that, man. There's another Rey movie coming out. I'm like, I didn't even see the last one. And they bringing up another one. She's pregnant and she's going to be head of the Jedi Order. It's like, man, this is just
look. I'll
stupid.
say this.
It's stupid.
I'll say this: there ain't no Rey movie. There is not a KK backed Rey movie coming out. There is not. She did that shit because she was trying to extend her contract with Disney, to try to work the fan base to say there's a groundswell of people that want this, to pressure Disney into making it so, which is the same thing that they're doing against Jonathan Majors, trying to work the fan base to pressure Disney. Well, see, people want him to go, so you should fire him. It's the same shit. It's a media ploy.
But Artisan, didn't they roll Daisy Ridley out on stage at some event and make a formal announcement?
She made a formal announcement. This was supposed to be KK's last Star Wars celebration. Nobody knew that she was going to make that announcement. Not even Bob Iger. Now, if your boss don't even know you making this goddamn announcement, the CEO of Disney, who's just been on camera and doing board meetings and stuff, talking about that everything they come out with is going to be quality and to the respect of the fans and all the rest of that shit, and you wheel your goofy ass out there on stage making this announcement that nobody knows about, why do you think he pissed off the day after? Some other people have reported on it. Why he calling her to the office afterwards? If that was something he knew that was going on. It wasn't anything.
Okay.
Only reason Daisy Ridley was there is because John and Dave got Daisy Ridley back on board because they were doing something with Daisy Ridley to fix the Rey character. That's the Dave Filoni movie, right? That's John and Dave working on that character to fix that character. All KK did was being aware of what they were doing, stole their idea, stepped out there on stage, said it first, and now it's the Rey movie is coming. Oh, and her movie happens before their movie, in time frame and in real life and in story mode. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. This bitch lying. She got to be lying. Ain't nobody giving her another fucking movie to do with Rey or anything else. But the reason why she did that as a fuck you to them is because John and Dave were going to change all of that shit. And she don't want them to change it because she sees that as her. She feels some kind of way about them fucking up her work, but she don't feel shit for fucking up George Lucas's work or John and Dave's work. She don't feel nothing about that. She just feels some kind of proprietary over Rey. So Daisy Ridley being there was just Daisy Ridley being there. But if the CEO of the movie house say, hey, why don't you come out here on stage? What you gonna say? I ain't here for you. Fuck you. You're not gonna say that shit. She walked her ass out there, and that's what she got. That's what the fuck she got.
Okay.
And made to look stupid.
Well, then that's good news then.
Yeah, no. I'd be surprised if that shit even went forward, because that was not anything that was planned. Nobody knew about that shit. Nobody knew about that. The only thing they knew about was that John and Dave was doing a Rey remake, and that movie was coming out, because that's them fixing the Rey character. New last name, yes, having babies, but the babies are twins, and it introduces characters from the canon from the Legends canon into the Disney canon, being
Okay.
Kate Skywalker, Janiyah Skywalker, introducing those characters in that fashion. She has to be pregnant to have those kids and have those characters there. All KK did was just steal that announcement and say some shit out of her mouth that makes whatever they're doing look like they took it from her.
Mm-hmm. So, Artisan, let me ask you this: so, fixing the character, how can they do that? Are they going to give her some backstory, or are they going to
more backstory on who her parents actually were?
Okay.
Trying to tie her to the Kenobi legacy as well as the Palpatine legacy, because it's out there. They can't walk away from it. But one of the seeds that was planted was in the Obi-Wan show when Obi-Wan talks about having a brother, right? Obi-Wan's brother wasn't force sensitive, but he still carries that shit a bit. Obi-Wan's brother has a child, right? Kenobi, who ends up hooking up with a Palpatine child.
Oh, wow.
Now you have this child that is part of the Kenobi bloodline, part of the Palpatine bloodline. The Force is kind of strong with them now. That's Rey. That's how she ends up being Palpatine's granddaughter in some workable way outside of just saying, no, she's just his grandchild. Like, how? Nigga, where these kids? Palpatine fuck somebody? Like, what? Where did Sheev get a piece? Where's his kid? Where'd the kid come from? This is them trying to take what's there and repurpose it. My whole thing with Rey was a bad character because she did a lot of stuff without any explanation of how she could actually do it. That's the main problem with the Rey character. It wasn't so much just that she was a ripoff of Luke Skywalker just as a female. It's not just that. She just could do stuff without having any prior training or anything, and better than people who have been doing it for decades. That's bullshit.
Right.
But where you leave that last piece of shit movie is where you have to pick up the baton from. It doesn't matter you don't have to like the shit that happened before, but as it stands, if you go back to tell any story going forward from that point, Rey is the only Jedi alive. She has the books that Luke had from the older Jedis. She has to reestablish a Jedi Order. So that makes her the Grand Master. And for me, it ain't much different than what Luke did after Return. Luke was the strongest Jedi around because there were no other fucking Jedis around. So he won by default. Well, Rey in this situation is winning by default too. She's the only one. She's the strongest one. Anybody that comes behind her is going to be part of Rey's Jedi Order. Okay. It is what the fuck it is. So you can go forward, but you have to give that character their own backstory. And for me, you could tie up some of the stuff that she was able to do really simply by saying that, having a line of dialogue where the character says, when I was young in the Force, I had no control. That my powers just flared. But through training, I learned to control it. Because then it lets you know that what she was doing in, those sequel movies was flukes. It was fluke shit. Because she didn't understand the Force. She had no training in the Force. But once she started getting some training, she started learning how to control that shit. It'd be no different than Anakin lashing out and destroying shit around him when he found out Padme was dead. It's just his powers flaring. He's just flaring up. It's not controlled. It's just an exhibition of how much power is in him. That would work for me a little bit more. I'm still of the mind they could have just erased the movies and just had Ben Solo waking up, seeing his uncle standing over him and telling him I had a nightmare, and Luke putting the lightsaber away and said, tell me about it. And wiping all that shit away that happened as being a dream. It was just a dream. That Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker was all a fucking dream by Ben Solo flow walking through the Force and seeing a possible future in the Force. And then just go forward from there. That doesn't happen, but he still meets Rey. He still meets these other people. He still meets Finn and all the rest of them, but it happens completely different. That shit was some alternate future stuff, but the actual future is what happens from here. They could have did that. The same Marvel Comics. So they didn't think about doing that. They too busy tied up with doing the world between worlds and shit like that, fucking around with time travel. You don't need to do all that. You don't need to do all that. You just take it from a point that worked and then move forward. And you cut out all the rest of that shit altogether. So makes sense somewhat. What do you say? Makes sense somewhat. People who pull stunts like that usually get fired. Just saying. Yeah, people who pull stunts like that usually do get fired that day. Not
okay. Well, artisan. So I came down to the park to go walk around, so I got to bounce in a minute. But before I go, the Marshall Ali Blade thing. Do you know what exactly what issues he had with the script? I heard there was only one fight scene in there.
It was only a few fight scenes. The script wasn't that good, and they were introducing a daughter element into that shit. Marshall Ali did not like the script. He was not keen on the script, and the director was not keen on the script and decided to walk off the movie. Marshall Ali wasn't going to do the movie either, and they can't do that because he got an Oscar in his hand. He came to you wanting to do this character, and he wants to do this character justice. He's not like some of the other people we were just talking about, where he just gonna cash his check and turn out a piece of shit, and he don't care nothing about what people think about it. No. So he was gonna walk, and they didn't want him to walk. So they went back, got some other writers, got the writer that was on it, which was a B-Dub who had only written plays. Tell me if you smell a theme going on here. And got some other writers to come in there and write the shit. And now, last I heard last month, they're going over all of the new pages, and everything has to be approved by Marshall Ali. He's reading every page. You know, not doing it. They get notes from him to go back and change this shit because he don't want no shitty Marvel movie on his resume. Fuck you.
Yeah, I was also thinking it's kind of nonsensical for them to take this on, because to do the movie justice, it has to be a little bit bloody, right? It has to have some strong fight scenes, arms getting chopped off, all kinds of carnage. But with their brand, they kind of can't do that, right?
They can't. I mean, you just saw Werewolf by Night. It was people getting, decapitated, losing limbs and all kind of shit in that. There's a way to do it even on Disney that you can still do that kind of stuff, right? He came to them after he got his Oscar. He came to them about wanting to do this character. They didn't have that character on the slate. They had nothing to do about that shit. But because he came to them and wanted to do this character, and he had his Oscar in hand, they took that on as something. Yeah, we can do this with him. But if you look at the comics, what they're doing with Blade, they already introduced this little girl, Blade's daughter, what was her name, Bloodline or whatever the fuck it was. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with this. Look, no. The one black vampire, and he got to be an absentee daddy? Fuck y'all. Like, I'm not interested in this shit at all. I'd rather see Blade flipping through the goddamn multiverse and Mahershala Ali running into a Wesley Snipes Blade than see him running around with a little girl. And what they said about the story in the shit, sorry, lost Dr. Anwar, but what they said about the story was that it was a ripoff of Underworld 4 with Celine and her fucking daughter. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So the bitch plagiarized somebody else's movie? Oh my God, it didn't work for them. Why would you do that? So it was just some shit. He probably lost connection. He probably had to go. That's okay. It's okay. Shout out to Gil Tabor. So we about 3:52 in. I think I'm gonna end it there. But yeah, the Blade movie, I'm trying to stay abreast of what's going on with that. And that's what last I heard, that Mahershala Ali was giving them notes on what he liked and didn't like, because they don't want to piss off the lead actor in that series, because he's the one who has to go out there and He's the one that has to go out there and promote this shit and put his face on it. And he's not trying to put his face on no bullshit. And I don't blame him. I do not blame him. So if it ain't right, don't do it. Don't let him give you no bullshit. But I'll say this, that I have some hope for the Blade movie now, especially now, because of one thing. Victoria Alonso does not work for Marvel anymore. That might have been the person who was pushing for this girl, the daughter character, to be introduced. They might be able to rewrite that whole thing and cut that shit out of there altogether and focus the story on the Blade character in the MCU instead of trying to bring him in with a replacement from Jump Street. How about that? That might work. It might. Because you know they're going to be looking for a new visual effects chief. And they'll be looking for a new post-production executive producer. So some things can get changed. A lot of things can get changed right the hell now. That's probably why you ain't heard no more about what was going on with Blade, because last time I heard something was before Victoria Alonso got fired. I ain't heard shit since she's been fired. So hopefully Blade won't go down like Wakanda Forever went down. Because as a black fan of Marvel, and yeah, I'm not in for that. The black male contingent is not going to be on board with that shit. I can tell you that right now. So if you want to be real funny, why don't you throw Toussaint with Blade? You have Toussaint running around with Eric. And he can get a little bit of training, so when he grow up to become the Black Panther, you know, he got some steak handling skills. I watched that movie. I totally watched that movie. Blade training T'Challa's son. Yeah, I totally watched that movie. That'd be awesome for Marvel. Would you get the black male fan base back? That's for damn sure. You don't need to be running around with another little girl. The last thing we need is another girl. It's that line out of Fight Club. You've been told forever what to do, what to think, what to feel. And I think if they tell you to get out in the world, and I think the last thing you need is another female. Uh-oh. Speaking of another female. Hey, Miss Toya. She got the juggies out. She got the cleave showing. And she's smiling. Don't be showing me a good time.
I only came up to say his name is Mahershala.
Yes, it is Mahershala. What did I say?
Okay.
Mahershala?
Yeah.
I always fuck up and say Mahershala.
You were butchering
Mahershala.
it. I was like, let's
My
give
bad.
him some. No
Yeah,
problem.
Mahershala. I know what his name is. I said it wrong. He's from the Bay Area. I know I got to say that shit correctly. You'll find me.
Okay.
You can roll up on me out here. Nigga, you said my name wrong. Like, how you doing, sir?
That's
Mr. Ali. Mahershala.
That's why I'm here.
That's how you feel?
No, that's why I'm here.
Oh, just to correct me?
Yes.
Man, if you don't get the fuck out of here with that, let me go ahead and drop her down. Coming up to correct me on my shit. What the fuck? Lucky I'm a nice guy. So
It's
sometimes
all
I play one on YouTube.
love.
That's in the real world. Oh, she
Okay,
can go
bye.
with the makeup picture too. Did you say bye? Yeah, she said bye. Appreciate you, Toya, for fixing that. Mahershala. Yes, it's Mahershala. That's not necessarily something everybody can type in the chat to say it correctly. Mahershala Ali. Not Mahershala. Mahershala is a chick. Mahershala is a guy. But he is from the Bay. So I usually try to get people's names right. I don't like butchering people's names because that is a sign of respect. It's like if you tell somebody your name is this and they call you everything else but that, not in an affectionate way, they're just disrespecting you. That's all it means. They don't see the need in saying your name correctly. Goddamn smarty pants. Okay, here we go. Miss Toya Smarty Panel. The tutor is teaching, y'all. The tutor is teaching. Mahershala. Thank you, Toya. I do appreciate the correction. Thank you. Damn Google Pixel 6. My phone overheated. That happened to me. That happened to me, Dr. Anwar. That shit happened to me this past week. I was on the phone with my regional manager on a voice call, and my phone overheated and shut off. I'm like, what? Oh my God, not now. This is important. Holy shit. So it's okay. It's okay, Dr. Anwar. Go get your walk on, man. Get your walk on. Do your exercise. I'm going to sit here and be fat. Hey, grammar snob. Yeah, we need some of them. We need some of them. I know what she does. I know what she does. She's an editor. So she's running into stuff like me. She can't not hear it. She can't not hear it. It's like me being a carpenter. I cannot see stuff that's wrong in your house or anything. Oh, what do you think? It's our brand new place. Oh, really? You pay money for this? Holy shit. She can't help it. It is what it is. You know, it's part of who she is. So I appreciate that. I was just giving her a hard time because it's about the hardest thing I can give her ass on the internet. I should say over the internet. Yeah, that makes it funnier. But nah, Toya's cool. She's cool. I appreciate that, Toya, because I was saying his name wrong, and I don't like saying people's names wrong. I want to say it correctly. So thank you. Yeah, she went phonetic on me. Look, man, this is why I am a phonetic speller. That's why Japanese makes a lot of sense to me. I can spell Japanese without making a misspelling because it's really phonetic. American is fucked up. Some other languages are fucked up. So it's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It's not like she came up here trying to be a bitch about it. Nigga, you saying it wrong. You are so stupid. Don't you know his name is Mahershala? She didn't clap it out for Mahershala. She didn't clap it out for me, so I'm good. Thank you for understanding, artisan. Hey, now, hey, I am full of understanding. Not shit. Full of understanding. I try to understand everybody's position. Because I'm a pool player. I look at all angles. We did not make the goal today. Goal was 15. We stopped at 7, 8, 9. You hit 9, so we fell short of the goal again this week. Didn't even hit the 10. Embarrassing. This is why I told AM I wouldn't want to come over to his shit and fuck it up because I should be spotty. I should be spotty. Not my style. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. That's funny as fuck, Toya. Thank you for that. Thank you for that laugh. Thank you for that laugh. I appreciate that. I taped the video and recorded it because I mispronounced his name. It's a Hebrew name. And I'm not Hebrew, so I'm not Hebrew and I'm American, so it's understandable if I mispronounce it. But if I do pronounce it correctly, give my credit because I'm not Hebrew and I am American. We butcher everybody's names, and I don't try to butcher people's names. Like I always thought it was weird that like Asian people of a certain age when they moved here, their name might have been Hoon Pak or some shit like that, but then they have to change their name to Stephen or Eric to make it easy for English-speaking people to say their goddamn name without butchering it all the time. I'm like, no, don't do that shit. Make them say that shit correctly. They won't let you get away with not saying their name correctly. You got to know the difference between a Stephen or a Stephen or a Steve. You got to know the difference. So they should learn it too. Stop making it easy for Americans to be stupid. No, fuck that. Yo, if your name is Sing, I'm gonna call you Sing. I ain't gonna call you some other shit that dude said your name was. No, that's how slavery worked. Kunta. Toby, nigga. Kunta. Toby! No, I don't do that shit. No. Call me my name. What I told you my name was. I ain't gonna say it to it. It was a good joke there I was leading up to. I'm not gonna say it. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Thank you to everybody who supported in the chat. We did not reach the goal today, but I have high hopes for next week that we will. We had a good engagement going on in the chat. I appreciate that. It's one of the things that helps this channel grow. Engagement and support helps the channel grow in YouTube census because they look at that shit. So I do appreciate your engagement and coming through, listening to me rant on for about 4 hours about geek stuff. I do appreciate you coming through here where you could have been anywhere else, but you decided to slide through my chat box. So I do appreciate that. This has been Shop Talk Live, and I do this every Sunday, rain or shine, at work or not. I still got a couple more weekends free before I get back on to working on call. So whether I'm here or on call, I will do this stream. So if I'm going to be here, you should be here as well. Appreciate Dr. Anwar for coming up and batting it around with me a little bit. I can talk for myself a long time, but it's more fun to have a conversation with people. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Shop Talk Live every Sunday, 11 a.m. Pacific time. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 7 p.m. UK time. Shout out to Ian for letting me know that. 7 p.m. Ian. On Ian's clock on the UK. So if you're coming through, you know when I'll be here. I will be live at that time. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Thank you guys, and I will see you next time. Peace.